a strategy that could theoretically last forever. But it wasn't an easy life. Nature determined our survival. We used our unique minds to challenge that reality. We learnt how to tame the wild, get more from the environment. Our population boomed, as did our demands. Every time a new problem arose, we solved it, altering Earth's entire surface in the process. And now we have changed the world so profoundly, scientists have decided that Earth has entered a new phase of its existence. Welcome to the Anthropocene, the age of humans. The tables have turned. We now determine nature's survival. The planet is ours. There's just one problem. We're now totally out of balance with nature. And unless we get our balance back, this age of humans is due to be short-lived. So how do we deal with this problem? When you boil it down, there is one underlying big issue. Our planet is becoming less wild. Our species has cleared 3 trillion trees, cultivated half its fertile land, and now fishes across most of the ocean. In the last 50 years, the populations of wild animals have reduced by 60%. We've replaced them with ourselves and our domesticated animals and plants. Today, we and the animals we raise account for 96% of the mass of mammals and 70% of the birds on Earth. There's very little wild left. This biodiversity loss is not just a tragedy, it's the single biggest problem we face. Without biodiversity, the world as we know it doesn't work. Our planet needs its wild spaces. Every one is a component in the global machine. Only if they are all healthy can the planet run smoothly. A less wild world is less able to provide for our needs, less able to maintain dependable weather and seasons, less able to absorb our impact. Biodiversity equals stability, and stability is what we need most of all. Can we turn this situation around? Can we rewild the world? Well, maybe, due to one key change. As societies develop, something is happening that has never happened before. People are having fewer children. Globally, since the year 2000, the number of people under 16 years old has hardly changed. The main reason our population is still rising is because people are living longer. If this continues, our population may finally stop growing by the turn of the century. By investing in education and women's rights and raising people out of poverty, we could bring about peak human even sooner. This changes everything. It gives us the opportunity we need to regain our balance. The plan for our planet is remarkably simple. Reduce our impact by making sure that everything we do, we can do forever. For the biggest gains, we could concentrate our efforts on 4 goals. Phasing out fossil fuels and replacing them with renewables. This will not only slow the warming of the planet and the acidification of the ocean, but it will lead to clean air for all of us. Upgrading to efficient food production and reducing our consumption of meat. We'll require far less space to provide for ourselves, leaving more for grasslands, reducing deforestation and our demand for fresh water, and feeding more people with healthier, more affordable food. Working together to properly manage our ocean. A global network of no-fish zones and a treaty on the use of international waters would restore the health of the ocean so it actually produces more fish for us all to eat. Working hard to keep hold of the wild populations we still have, encouraging nature wherever we can. In the ocean, on land we no longer need, and even in our cities. If we make these changes, we'll be a long way to becoming a species in balance with nature once again. We will have taken a remarkable journey, from 1 million people struggling to survive, to several billion living long, healthy lives on a stable planet, able to provide for all our needs. Only at that point will the Anthropocene, the age of humans, be truly underway. At that point, we will be proud to call it our planet. How do we create a future in which both people and nature can thrive? We open our eyes to this moment in history. Think on a planetary scale. Embrace the challenge we face. And do something we humans are very good at. Change the world. Impact. Biodiversity equals stability, and stability is what we need most of all. Can we turn this situation around? Can we rewild the world? Well, maybe, due to one key change. As societies develop, something is happening that has never happened before. People are having fewer children. Globally, since the year 2000, the number of people under 16 years old has hardly changed. The main reason our population is still rising is because people are living longer. If this continues, our population may finally stop growing by the turn of the century. By investing in education and women's rights and raising people out of poverty, we could bring about peak human even sooner. This changes everything. It gives us the opportunity we need to regain our balance. The plan for our planet is remarkably simple. Reduce our impact by making sure that everything we do, we can do forever.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, we had to wait for more people to join the session, and so that we can start with a very full house. As I said earlier, we have participants from the SDGs Advocate Program joining us this morning, as well as the Climate Actors Accelerator Program participants who have moved on to the phase 3 of the program. And we're together this morning having this boot camp, and it promises to be a good time. There's going to be a lot of learning. So I want to say, get your notepads, get your iPads, whatever it is you need to take notes, because there'll be a lot to learn. Also, we're going to be having a breakout session later for the participants, and it's a time for bonding and to get to know yourself. So please, everyone, just look forward to the activities today, and it's going to be a great time. This morning, we'll be starting off with a session on project management and innovation. And to facilitate that session will be Mr. Fikayo Oyewale. And just a brief bio about Mr. Fikayo. Fikayo Oyewale holds Bachelor of Agriculture and Master of Science degrees in Animal Science. His professional project management experience spans agricultural production, agricultural research for development, software development, and communication. Presently, he focuses on helping scientists, researchers, and innovators communicate and connect their work, outputs, and impacts to society through diverse media, through articles, stories, animations, documentaries, social media, etc. He has implemented projects for Redeemers University, the University of Cambridge, and the Lancet, among other reputable organizations. He is the creative director of Alpha Innovation Studio and a scientific communications officer at the African Center of Excellence for Genomics of Infectious Diseases, Redeemers University, Ede, Nigeria. He's a certified project management professional and a member of the National Association of Science Writers, among many others. Please, let's make welcome Mr. Fikayo as he takes over now to take us on project management and innovation. Over to you, Mr. Fikayo. You're welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure joining you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Let me share my screen. Just a few seconds, please. All right. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Fikayo Oyewale, and it's a pleasure to join you in today's bootcamp. I thank you also for the introduction. I'll be speaking briefly for the time we have on project management and innovation. And I'm excited to be here. Please, as much as possible, as we go on, I'm going to ask questions, and I hope that I'll be able to have some time to talk together, have responses from you. So I understand that many people here are innovators, and that we are working on the SDGs, which are intentional goals that were set to help us to help the world to continue to a good extent, to help us to manage the resources we have so that we don't deplete them in ways that the future generations will not be able to support themselves. So this is very interesting. And we all, to a good extent, I believe that we all know what innovation is, but I just for a recap, you say innovation will be something new. It can be a new method of doing something. We've been doing things in a particular way. If somebody comes up with a better or improved way of doing that thing, when you say better, that means that probably it reduces the time spent or the energy invested into it, or it makes the output better. We have a better output, so it can be that can be an innovation. And also, if we can talk about innovation in terms of an idea, like it can be, we're talking about a new way. For example, people talk about theories, or based on what they've observed. Okay, they can do this thing. We have a superior argument that's based on maybe somebody is able to access additional facts compared to what was in existence before. I mean, I know that sometime long ago, the Earth was considered as a flat surface. And if you go to the end of it, to the extreme, to the last place you can see on the sea, that which is called forgotten that English. But if you go to the end of the sea, you just drop off. That was a thing many years ago. But some people came up, no, it's not so. If you keep going, okay, if you get to the horizon, you keep going, you're not going to fall off. So that's an idea, and that entrance of that idea brought about a lot of changes in the way people related with the earth, and it has made every one of us to be able to really, it's part of what is influencing the way we are able to communicate with one another at this time. Then we can talk about the innovation in terms of products, something that like an output that is new, that makes things that makes some maybe things that were not possible in the past, makes them possible. All of us have phones presently. We are using devices to communicate presently. Either you're using your phone to connect to this meeting, or yes, it's maybe your phone, maybe a tablet, maybe a laptop or a desktop, whatever it is you're using. It's at some point it was a kind of innovation, and even it's the innovation in the hard version of the innovation, which is our hardware devices, is also different from the software device. Zoom now. Zoom was an innovation. I mean, teleconferencing is an innovation that continues to go on. And we also have something that is really raving presently. That's AI revolution. It's something that everybody's talking about, and something that with AI we are creating products that which literally shorten hours of work to seconds, or even days of work to milliseconds. So it's a whole lot here. Now project management. It's the process of initiating. Okay, before I come to project management, let me just ask us, please. For those of us that can I just have a few people mention the kind of innovation that they are working with? Can participants talk? Hello?
Yes, you can drop your comments in the chat, and you can also unmute, and if you're willing to speak, rather, please just raise your hand and you'll unmute and speak.
Oh, I can see the chat. Someone is saying that
someone's hand is raised already.
Okay, please. I may not be able to see that because I'm sharing my screen. So maybe you can help me coordinate those people.
Okay. Oluwasegun wants to speak. Okay. Oluwasegun, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I am of the opinion that getting your degree is an innovation.
Okay.
Applying for a new job is an innovation. Innovation doesn't have to mean you create a technology or something. You rebranding yourself too can be an innovation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the angle you came in from, but I'm asking myself that how is earning a degree an innovation? I agree with rebranding yourself. I mean, you're creating a new you out of the old you, but earning a degree, how is it? Can you explain a little further?
Okay. Yes. Having a degree is just like rebranding yourself. In the sense that most people have nothing doing in their lives. They say education changes the world. So when you get a degree, it gives you a new way of thinking. So in short, you actually kind of rebranded yourself.
Okay, so what you're emphasizing, what you're really highlighting is the learning process. It's not the certificate. Is that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So that's very valid. In fact, one of my professors used to say that the thing you learn, you go to school for is not a certificate. It's actually the process of thinking. When you go for degree programs, it's more of helping you to learn how to think about how to evaluate things. Yeah, I can see My innovation is based on climate change initiatives. What does that mean? Anambra Iziani one dinner. Are you willing to talk? And someone, Afsa Adam says, mine is based on education. I would like us to be more specific because education is a very big thing. You see, education for children, teenagers, adults, and then is it digital education? Is it traditional education? So I think it would be good for us if we can be a little more specific. Okay, working on a hybrid extension service in the agricultural sector. Okay. So is there any other person that wants to
Someone is
talk?
working on tree planting using QR codes.
Tree planting using QR code. Oh, that's interesting. I'll be interested in that. That's lovely. Is there other, okay? Is there another person so that I can move on if we, oh.
Yes, Oluwatobi wants to say something. Oluwatobi, please go on and speak. Okay, if Oluwatobi isn't ready, we have Fumilayo. Fumilayo, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute earlier.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Fikayo. So recently I developed a solution around PVC dust pollution in PVC manufacturing companies, such that small-scale manufacturing companies that may not be able to afford the standard HVAC systems will have dust extractors that are sustainable and eco-friendly, so that the dust that is removed from the facility can always be recycled back into the system later on. So it's a simple solution, but specifically for PVC production, and it wouldn't have to be running all through. There's a sensor that senses when the PVC dust level is above permissible level, extracts it and stores it, and it can always be fed back into the system.
That's interesting. That's cool. That's cool. Adeyemi Adebisi says that's virtual climate education for junior secondary school. That's cool. That's interesting.
Tohib also wants to speak.
Okay.
Tohib, please go on. Hello, Tohib. If you can hear me, we cannot hear whatever it is you're saying, but I think you're trying to speak.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me, ma?
Yes,
can you hear me,
yes,
everybody?
please go on.
Okay. What I intended to do is actually because I'm a weekend of the show, I get to learn the fact that there's always a kind of way we can actually make sure we can actually present the price to farmers to know the price of goods and services. Because whenever we have a drought or we have a low production in farming activities, the price of activities of our agricultural products always go high. So, but the next farmer will actually try to overproduce, and when they overproduce, the price of those will go down. So, what we are trying to do, we are trying to build up a map whereby the farmer can know the average price of their commodities, and the consumer also know the average price of their commodities, and in such a way, this will kind of or platform, both the farmers and the consumer will know that even if the drought is here and the price of the stuff increase, next year the price is going to go back to the price, whereby the farmer will overproduce so that their price will just be declining every year. That's what we need to do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm reading here in the chat. Innovation is the pattern of projecting something different from what others have done to be through games for learning in the classroom. That's the part I even like most, games for learning. So many people have issues with different subjects. Mathematics is one of the culprits, and there are people that are innovating how to teach mathematics through games. So that's a good one. Okay, so let's continue. Thank you very much, everyone. So at least it's evident that we all have some kind of thoughts ongoing already about innovation. So what is project management? Project management is the process through which we initiate, plan, execute, control, and close activities of a team towards achieving specific goals within given constraints. That's long conversation, but let me just break it down. First of all, a project is a temporary endeavor. Let me put it that way. That's not on the slide, but let me just say it. A project is a temporary endeavor that is aimed at achieving a particular specific objective. And then it usually also has a cost. So what does that mean? A project is something that has a start date and an end date. And then it also, between the start and end dates, you are going to try to achieve something specifically. So what you're trying to achieve is the objective, or is the scope, is the what you want to, what that project is all about. But from the beginning to the end, that is what is a project. Now, project management is the process, what we do so that we can really handle this project handle projects, these temporary endeavors from beginning to the end. And then what are those things that are involved? We talk about initiation. I mean, projects don't just start themselves. There will be a time when somebody or some people say, oh, we need to do something. Okay, what are we going to do? Then they initiate the process of, let us decide. Is this something we should even do? Is it in line with in line with our goals? Then when they finally say, yeah, this is something that we want to do, then they say, okay, let's plan how to achieve this thing. So they start planning how they are going to put resources together, how they are going to execute the project. What are those things that they are going to have to do to achieve the goals that they desire for the project? After the planning, they go into execution. And the execution is the place where you do the bulk of the heavy lifting and all of that, where you actually create the product or the innovation or the method that the project is aimed at creating. Another part of the process is controlling. And controlling, we are saying that we want to ensure that everything within the project is working towards achieving the set goal. And it's not just working towards achieving the set goal, it's achieving towards achieving that set goal within the time and the quality and the costs that we plan to incur or that we want to expend on that project. So controlling all it's like we are making sure that our project does not go off rail. It's the way is the approach through which we are trying to make sure that the project remains focused and that is able to achieve the goals we're looking at. Now, apart from that, controlling is also our way of looking out for things that can impact the project, whether from inside or from outside. Risks that can maybe prevent us from achieving what we set out to achieve, or or opportunities that can accelerate the progress of the project. Those are things that can happen during controlling. Now, as we put all of these things together, the project is getting towards its goal. And when you finish, when you have produced the things that I want to produce, we definitely come to close the project. We said earlier that a project is a temporary endeavor. That means that it doesn't go on forever. It's not something that starts and you don't know the end date. So when you're done with everything you need to do, you close the project. So it's a crucial part of the project management process. And now what we said, let's now bring it together again. Said the Project management is the process of initiating, planning, executing, controlling, and closing activities of a team towards achieving specific goals within given constraints. And then to this image to the right, it talks about what we call is called triple constraints. Some of us may have come across this before. This triangle area is called like something that is called triple constraint of projects. That is, we have the project has a scope, it has the costs, the budget for it, and it also has a time. Now, these three are things that in project management will balance, will juggle together to achieve the quality that is specified for that project. So it's all of this process, the initiation, planning, executing, controlling, and closing, they are towards achieving a particular quality. And in project management, what we are doing is we are trying to balance the cost, the scope, the time, all of those things together so that we can achieve the quality. Now, we are here, we are in the season of sustainable development goals, and all of us, at least many of us, are familiar with these SDGs more than I am. I know I'm familiar with some of them, but some of us will teach me if we're supposed to have a conversation about them. Now, I took a development-related course recently, and one of the things that they talked about then was that there is this in the beginning of human civilization. Humanity development didn't just come by people saying this is the kind of development we wanted. People were just wanderers. They were just going from place to place. They were eating fruits that they see from the tree. They were just eating out of the abundance of the earth, things that were available. Now, as that continued, they realized that, oh, these things that we eat, the seeds that they drop on the earth, on the floor, on the earth, those seeds germinate. When they realized that started the process of agriculture. I mean, normally they are just wandering around. But when they realized that seeds could germinate, they started like staying at a point. They started consciously planting the seeds and then cultivating the land and reaping whatever they have. Men used to go out to hunt, women take care of the home, children. I mean, that was the community then. Now, at that time, any development that occurred was not like planned. It was just more like, we're just going on, and whatever happens, it happens. We just go with the flow. But then, today, the world is not, we are not trying to go with the flow. We understand that we can think of what we desire, what would help us presently and will help the future generations, and we can do something about it. So that initiated the process of people taking steps, creating plans, and asking questions. So now we have intentional development, and SDGs are some form of, I mean, this is the globally accepted or acclaimed intentional development roadmap that the countries of the world are really running with presently. So these are crucial. And to achieve all of these things, we need innovation. That is why all of us here, that's why we are here. And if you're going to achieve innovation in poverty, in say removing poverty from the face of the earth, removing hunger, and if you're going to make sure that people have good health and well-being, we need to innovate. We need to, I mean, we said innovation is about new approaches, new processes, new products, new services, new ideas. So, there is this saying that you cannot continue doing something the same way and you expect a different result. Another person said it like, the best definition of insanity is doing things the same way and expecting a different outcome. So you've been doing things in a particular way over the years, over the decades. And we are now like, okay, let us see how we can change things. How do we stop, or how do we change the orientation of our world? We have a lot of wealth, we have a lot of resources on the earth. Few people, most people are poor. And the environment is something that we inherited, and the environment that we inherited is changing drastically in our lifetime. Are we gonna are we gonna have anything to even pass on to the generation coming after us? So these are communication conversations and practical things that came up. If, for example, how are we gonna have quality education? That's SDG 4. How are we gonna have gender equality? How is it that some people don't, I mean, half of the human race, how is it that half of them are repressed? How is it that we're going to make sure that half of human race is not repressed? How are we going to make sure that people have the ability to express themselves? Clean water and sanitation. How are we going to, water is abundant in some places, it's lacking in some places, but then do we have clean water? And then is there sanitation? So these are a lot of things. I don't want to go into all of details because we all are familiar with them. Now, innovation and projects are interdependent. This is something that is very, very clear. I mean, for every one of us that have been involved in some form of innovation, that we've driven innovation in one way or the other. To a good extent, we have implemented, conceived, participated in, or approved a project. Why? If you're going to create a new thing, you are going to usually have to do all of those things that you're looking at in the project. You're going to say, I want to create this thing. Then you are going to plan to do it. Then you are going to do that thing you want to do. And you're going to say, oh, this is working, this is not working, adjust, modify, and all of that. And then you come, you can, that would be something you reiterate a number of times. And finally, you come to the place where you say, okay, this is satisfactory. I'm okay with this now. Now, so, and when you say you're okay with it, you close the project. Maybe you have a new product, a new output, maybe an app or a solution that goes to market. What you've just done essentially is just you created and executed a project. So innovations, you can, projects, innovations are achieved through projects. And when you have projects deliver innovations. I mean, if you build a new house, it's a project. But if 20 houses, they are alike, each of them is different in its own way. I mean, if they have the same design, they are side by side, but doesn't mean that they are the same. So, and the fact that those houses are side by side does not mean that they are the same thing is happening in both of them. Somebody can, if it's not the same group of people that have built the two, and if they don't follow the same processes, you can find out that no, this one, some parts of it are falling off after 2 years. The other one, they are still standing there 10 years after, even though on the outside they look similar. So the point is this: if you're going to drive innovation, if you're going to create innovation, usually innovations come through projects. And let's just also look at it. Let's say that you are a part of an organization, and the organization is trying to take children, or find out what they realize that children are not passing mathematics in your community, and maybe yourself, you grew up in that community and you remember how hard you struggled with mathematics. Now you're working with an NGO there, or you founded an NGO to do that. Now, when you want to to like intervene in the situation, you are not just going to say, "Hey, this is the solution." You would think you would think through that process of what do we do. You want to find out what, then you want to ask people. Maybe even when you were in school, then maybe it's even maybe the dynamics have changed. So you want to get sort of those guys on ground, and you are trying to ask them what is the problem. You're trying to ask both the teachers, the students, looking at the community, the environment, what can we do? It is from that process that you're not going to say, okay, let us test the app that somebody within the group here, for example, that said he or she was producing games for learning in the classroom. I heard that this person has tried this kind of thing. Let us test it. Now, you may not be creating the app. The fact that you're trying to test the app within the community, that's a project on its own. I mean, so we shouldn't just look at the project as person that is creating the app is the only one conducting the project. The person that is testing it, for that person, it's a smaller thing, possibly, but it's a project. And introducing that particular app into that community, it is an innovation. And you check it to see how it works with the people, with the students, if it's increased their learning, if it's increased the outcome in terms of their grades, then you may want to say, oh, this app is good in this way, it's not good in this way. Can we maybe improve it? Can we create our own? Or you can say, reach out to the people that develop the app, say, look, can you give us this functionality? And then innovation continues. Innovations lead to projects continue to lead to innovation, and then life goes on like that, continues like that. Okay. I'm sure we're all familiar with this, the innovation funnel. So I'm not going to take much time on it. In most times, the process through which we get to innovation is, okay, we have a research, you check what is available all around, then you put all of them together, you streamline them to developing what exactly you want to do, and then commercialization or scaling up. Some of us, our projects don't involve commercialization. It's not for profit, but it's just maybe scaling up or deepening the impact, increasing the reach of whatever it is you're doing. So these are things, this is something that I believe we are familiar with or we're in the process of learning. So I'm not going to take much time on this. Okay, why do people initiate projects? There are a lot of reasons that why we start projects. And for you also, you have projects that you've been involved in or that you have practiced, that you have implemented. There were reasons why you started it. Now, all of these reasons can be like summarized into these 5 ideas. Meeting regulatory requirements. For example, I know most of us here, from what I saw in the participant list, most of us are here from Nigeria. So let's say NAFDAC, that's the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration Control. Let's say you work in a NAFDAC just brought up a regulation that bakeries in the country should have, they shouldn't carry their bread, for example. They should not. I remember when they initiated that, there was a time when they said bakeries must bag their breads. They shouldn't just carry the bread out of their premises without the bag. Usually they used to sell the bread without the nylon. But when they brought out that regulation, then if you have a bakery, that's not where you've been doing it. It's a project that you want to run, maybe to find out, okay, how are we going to run this thing? We already have our structure, our systems in place, and we can almost have no space to run to create that we are going to use to start bagging this bread. How do you do it? If you're a manager of a bakery one of the things that comes to your mind is, oh, how do we do this? How am I going to do it? So you start thinking of what to do. Usually, you may not call it, you may not say, oh, we are starting a project, we are commissioning a project, we are going to pay people for it. But essentially, what you're trying to do at that point, but by the time you're trying to say, okay, should we pack this here? Should we? And when you start testing those things, somehow what you're doing can be considered as a project. Fine, you don't label it as a project, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to meet the regulatory requirements. Let me give another example, a further diverse example. In Europe now, there are a lot of regulations about green economy, sustainable development, and all of this, emission control and all. Now, companies in that place, in that axis, or companies that service Europe, or that want to export products to Europe, they have the ways they've been producing. They have their manufacturing standards. They have those things. Now, if they want to continue to supply the European market, then they need to find how they would produce and meet those regulatory requirements. Otherwise, they are sanctioned or they cannot sell their products in Europe. Now, the process through which they figure out, for example, how do we make the engines of the cars we're producing more fuel efficient, or how are we going to produce batteries or vehicles that don't use so much, that don't require so much electrical power to run, so that even if we use small modest batteries, it can work. Or how do we increase our solar, instead of us to depend solely on fossil fuels? How can we research? How can we produce clean energy through the sun? I mean, those are things that people would do. But the way they get to this is through projects. So companies and even countries, they initiate projects to meet these requirements. Another thing, we initiate projects to satisfy stakeholder requests or needs. In the example I gave earlier about testing an app in a school to teach students mathematics in a school. When we test the app and we realize that our children are finding it difficult to understand this particular portion of the app, if we get to see, if we report that kind of situation to the company or to the organization that developed the app, that look, we like this app, our students like it, but they're having this kind of issue. How can you help us with this? And the organization can now look at it, oh, this is something that our customers are asking about. How can we do this? They can set up a small project to see how they can implement that. And that's one of the ways that many of the apps on our devices, that's one of the ways that they get updates. People send update requests, they send functionality requests to these companies, and they are responsive to that. Today, for example, all of us use hashtags on social media. But hashtags were not a thing for social media platforms initially, especially Twitter, for example. It wasn't. It was people, it was the users that started hashtag. And social media companies realized that this is something we need to do. We need to have this functionality. Now they have integrated that. Before they could do that, they actually had to conduct some mini projects. The project will not be as big as creating their platform entirely, but it will be like, okay, creating something small that they can integrate into their existing product, existing outputs. So that's that. Another reason why we initiate projects is because we want to implement or change business or technological strategies. Let's say a company has been focused on fossil fuel, and because they want to, they see an opportunity in solar solar farm, and maybe the value chain of solar electricity. And they're like, look, let us get it done. Now, the management of that organization, they are trying to change, they're trying to change their business strategy, they're trying to change the technology they use. Now, to get that done, organizations will not just say, we are shutting down what we have straight off and we are building this from scratch. Usually, they will initiate projects to say, let's see how this will work. Let us try it, let us test it, let us work it out and see how we can make progress with it. So, this is one of the ways that we can, one of the reasons why people initiate projects. And then on another side of it is, if it's because it can be that we want to change the technology. Many people, organizations were many years ago were using typewriters. Many of us may not even have seen them, but there was a time when organizations were using typewriters and they needed computers came in and like, oh, we need to see how we can change. We need to step up our game. Now, that process of changing the technological strategies that the technology they use, that they implement in the organization, they usually carry those things out. They usually implement those changes through projects. Now, another reason why people initiate projects is to create or improve or correct products, processes, and services. This from the other things I've said, we can infer this, but it's good to just amplify it. If you have a manufacturing process that is already in place, for example, manufacturing process for biscuits, and we want a particular want to improve it, we probably use a bag of flour to produce 100 kg, or let's say 25 kg of biscuits, and then we have maybe 15 kg of waste. And the company may be like, look, this 15 kg of waste that we have, what can we do? What can we do to our process so that we reduce the waste from 15 kilograms to, let's say, 5 kilograms? And they start thinking, okay, they can initiate a projects that will look through the system, the steps, the stages, and look at what they can enhance, how they can enhance the process or even their service. If it's a company that renders services, it can be they can have projects to show they want to evaluate how they've been offering, the kind of services they've offered in the past. Telecommunications company or other companies that when you call their customer care and all, many times when you call customer care organization, customer care points of numbers of organizations, they'll tell you that, look, we can record this thing for training purposes, evaluation and training purposes. The evaluation sometimes, if they want to like streamline or enhance their processes, this can be, they may just initiate small projects. I mean, to just improve or correct those things. And let's say also, if an organization has a particular product that is defective, they're having complaints from all over, they can have to ask a part of their team to say, look into this. How do we correct this particular product or process or service? Then lastly, people initiate projects to fulfill organizations' vision, goals, and business outcomes or objectives. Organizations exist for particular purposes. Now, if you're going to achieve those things that your organization exists for, you would oftentimes have to initiate projects that align with those goals, those visions, or those business outcomes, the kind of profits margin you're looking at, or the kind of objectives you want to achieve as a business. Maybe your business is, you're thinking that, oh, we want to make sure that 25% of these children that are out of school in this community are back to school within the next 2 years. If that is the vision, so you may not go out the first day to say you're getting the whole 25%, 25% of the 100 students in this community. Okay, so let's just get the 25 today and get them. You may not even have the resources to do that, but you may just be like, okay, let us start with 2, the most willing, and then you now scale it up to get to that 25 within the 2 years that you give yourself. So initiate projects, new projects, because you want to fulfill your organization's visions, because you want to fulfill the goals and outcomes. Maybe I should just pause a little and let me hear people's thoughts about why you have initiated a project personally, or why an organization you belong to initiated a project. Okay, Sophia, can you just speak?
Okay, good morning. If I understand the question correctly, this should be the objectives or the aims of initiating a project.
Yeah.
Okay, so I belong to an NGO, and several projects we've initiated were based on research and assessment we've done in the community regarding the community projects. So usually it's to tackle the problems that surround gender, education, and development all around. But to be particular, we initiated a women empowerment program that is to support women in businesses. So this came up after the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was observed that most women businesses have failed due to the struggles of the pandemic. So we initiated this project to help them sustain their businesses, and in that way they can be able to sustain their family as well. Thank you.
So from this, I would probably say that your organization is your projects are mostly maybe.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Hello everyone. Sorry, our facilitators seem to be having a network glitch. He'll be back up in just a short while. Sorry about that. He got disconnected from the call, so he's trying to join us back, and he'll be back shortly.
My apologies, my network went bad.
Hello,
Yeah,
Mr.
hello.
Fikayo.
Yes, I'm
Okay, we
sorry,
can hear you.
my network was bad and I got disconnected.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, Sophia, thank you. So, if you're based on what you said, the major reasons why your organization initiates projects will be probably to fulfill your visions, goals, or business outcomes. Is that correct? Not sure, Sophia, heard that. Okay. Someone else raised their hand earlier. I don't know. Did I see that? Okay. In the chat, Vivian says, my company initiated a project to increase sales. We noticed that we were getting more requests from clients outside Abuja, and we initiated a project that recruited distributors based outside of Abuja to increase our sales outreach. Very valid. So why, if in the context of these can you hear me now, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, Lafisat, can you just speak? Can you unmute and speak?
Okay. Hello. Hello, can you hear me, everyone? Hello.
Yes, speak on, Nafisat.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for me, I work with an extension company. So we initiated a project called COR, and that's primarily meant to implement and support government policy that increase number of extension service providers in the farmers community like that. So we know that the numbers of extension we have, workers we have, will not be sufficient enough to meet farmers' need. So we make it like training of trainers, like we train people that are meant to train other farmers too in their community. I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you. So the project also helped you to achieve or fulfill your organization's visions, goals, and objectives. I am very sorry. Juggling two networks together. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. You said the objective. Thank you. So let me just move on so that we can quickly come to an end of what we're saying. So I mentioned this a little earlier on, that project management process, we're talking about project management and innovation. So the first thing we're doing in project management is to define a new project or of a new phase of an existing project. So it can be completely new, and it can be that, oh, if you've started this project, it's ongoing, it's down. Well, yeah, there's a new phase, a new angle to it. So let's start something smaller as part of this ongoing project. For example, you have your outreach program, the FISAT agriculture outreach program. Maybe as you were going on, you realize that there is a particular output that you need to communicate in a particular way, maybe through a documentary, for example. Now, so you come to say, let us just kick off or commission a documentary project on this thing. That documentary project, that documentary production is a project, although it's a smaller part of the bigger project. So then the P is to decide on how we are going to achieve the project. Talked about that earlier, so I want to take some more time on this. Execute, that's now where you do the work that leads to the delivery of the project output. That's when you put the boots to the ground, run the errands, and do all sorts. Then control, that's where you monitor the project activities to align them with the plans. You also monitor the environment, you monitor people around. You monitor things around you that can influence the project positively or negatively. And is there any government regulation? Is there any new any environmental challenge? We have excess rain, flooding. Those are factors that you need to now look at. Okay, how do we control the impact or manage the impact of this thing on the project? And then lastly, the closing of the project, which is to deliver the project outputs, and then you archive lessons learned. And this particular part I want to emphasize is archive the lessons. Many times you just run the projects from the beginning to the end, and we are excited that we finished the project. But the question is, what are the lessons learned across the phases of the project? What are the things that somebody with organization or even we ourselves can learn from the steps, from the initiation? What were the things that came into that process? What were the things that went into the initiation? What are the things that we can learn from the planning phase of the project? What are the things that we can learn from the execution? Were there challenges we faced? Were there things that we learned about? Maybe an easier way or a smoother way of achieving the results. Are there some other resources that we didn't even envisage that became available where we started? Those lessons learned are things that we need to really put together that will serve as resources for future projects, for the organization's progress on its own. In fact, when you are trying to initiate a new project, these lessons learned are some of the resources that you would usually want to access to give you a picture of where you're going, what you should do, how you should do concerning that project. So archive the lessons learned from the project. Actually, it's better that you don't wait till the closing of the project before you start archiving the lessons, because you might have forgotten. So when you see something that is striking or something that is good to keep in the course of your project, it's good to just note it down, write it down. And don't forget, archiving is not keeping it in your brain. Archiving will be writing it somewhere that is accessible. And even when you write it, it's somewhere that you can label properly. Okay, these are lessons learned on this. So and when you're done with the project, you move on. Go back to the regular operations of your organization, or maybe the project transitions to an operational issue. Maybe you developed a software, and the development you've developed, you've delivered, it's ready to use. So that project ends. But if you're still working on that thing, what you may now be doing is like managing the software. Managing the software on a day-to-day basis, or software platform on a day-to-day basis, is not the project, and that's an operation. And that's something that we also need to really distinguish between the project and operation. Operation is like the day-to-day things that go on within our organization. They are routine things. As much as the projects are restricted. Okay. Yeah. Here is a quote that I saw, and I feel it's very interesting. I mentioned something similar to this earlier. It says, in a very real sense, every project undertaken is undertaken for the first time. In a very real sense, every project undertaken is undertaken for the first time. Let's say you have built 50 houses as a contractor. Now, if you're building a new house, even though it's the same design, that particular building is it is being built for the first time, because all the factors that can affect that building in terms of time, space, even the people that are working on it, the resources that are available to you, they are not all the same with the other ones. The weather condition last week may be different from this week. So the potential impact of some of these things can be different. So if the fact that you have executed the project, a particular project, maybe a training series in the past, does not mean that now that we are planning another training series, come on, we've done 5 iterations of this training. Let's forget about it. Let's just go to sleep. If I close my eyes, I can deliver that training. Yes, you can. But this is a different project all the same. So you want to really pay close attention to all of these project management principles or the processes, so that your project or your training doesn't mess up, or that you don't fail on your projects. All right.
Hello, Mr. Fikaya.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, would like to, you have a few minutes to take questions, and we're short on time already, so would all just want to say we can't begin yet.
How many minutes do I have to wrap up?
You have 15 minutes, including the questions, so you could just divide the time.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Write it down.
So you have 15 minutes to take to round up and take questions. We'll see if there's a need for an extension, but you have 15 minutes.
I'll try and maximize the time for my hand. Thank you. Thanks. I was expecting to hear about the timing earlier on. I was checking the chat so that I don't miss it. Thank you very much for that. So fine. So the project manager, they said project management. Somebody is a project manager, and this person will be called project manager. Some organization is called project coordinator. In fact, sometimes you are doing the work of a project manager, but you don't even have the title of project manager in an organization. So that's possible. But what exactly is it? Is the person that is managing the project? What is he doing, or what she doing? Firstly, you're trying to deliver the project on time and in budget, and within the budget. We talked about the triple constraints: the scope, the time, and the cost. You are trying to hold everything together so that you can achieve the quality that is desired. You're also trying to manage resources efficiently. And don't forget, resources are not just money. We are not talking about money alone. You're talking about people. You're talking about materials. You're talking about access, information that is available. You're talking about a lot of things. So the project manager, the person coordinating the project, is trying to manage all of these things. And you also need to assemble and motivate the project team. Even if you're not the one that assembled the team, because you are the one that they're working with, it is your responsibility to motivate them. And then you also want to manage time and milestones. And I talked about time earlier, so I'm not going to stay much on this, but you also, that's part of the things you're trying to do. You're trying to, okay, we've done this, what's the next thing and all of that. You develop the budget, and you're also you're going to manage the budget. You manage risks. I've talked about risks earlier on, things that can affect the project positively or negatively. Monitor progress. I talked about that because you're trying to check, how are we doing? Are we following the plan? Are we doing what we're supposed to do? And then the project manager will also report the project to the funders, to the stakeholders, to everybody that has one thing or the other to do with the project. And when we say stakeholders, it means that we're talking about people that can affect the project, or that the projects can affect. People that the outcome of the projects can affect also. They're part of stakeholders. So, what are we doing? As a project manager, you want to be within the community of people that can really help you to achieve your projects, to execute and to implement, to accomplish the projects successfully. So I am just going to talk briefly about Project Management Institute. That's the organization that I am here. That's the largest global body of project managers in the world, and it's a big deal for me. Let me just say this. I joined PMI, Project Management Institute, in 2016. But really, I didn't do much. I did not participate. I mean, I was just thinking about getting certified for my PMP, and I got certified. I got my PMP certification in 2018. After that, I was just doing my things quietly, no interaction with project managers around. And I was feeling that I'm not really enjoying this thing. I have the certification, but what exactly? Until last year, when I got involved. I mean, I used to attend virtual meetings, global virtual meetings, and all of that. But last year, I got involved with PMI Nigeria. Okay, there's PMI in Nigeria, so let me just get involved. And I became a member. And honestly, the kind of experience I've had as a member of PMI in Nigeria has been very, very beautiful. And the reason I'm talking about it is because I want to encourage everyone here, if you're not yet a member of PMI, so get involved. Why? It's a community where you can learn a lot about how to manage your project successfully, and then also where you can be able to network with people. There are a lot of things that you have to benefit from PMI, and you have professional certification, you have the Certified Associate Project Manager, and that's for beginners in project management. We have the PMP, for project managers and experienced professionals. We have the program PGMP, that's for program manager, that's program management professional. Then we also have PMI RMP, that's risk management professional. That's, we have a SP, that PMI SP, that's project scheduling. That's certification specifically about scheduling. You learn about these scheduling a lot, and you're a certified professional. And these certifications are globally acknowledged, globally relevant. We also have PMI ACP, that's for agile practitioners. We also have business analysis, PMI PB, that's for analysis of businesses. This is essentially that. We also have disciplined agile. I don't have the time to go into this now, so I'll just move on, please. Sorry. We also have micro credentials. We have courses. We have a whole lot. And as a member of PMI, you have access to a lot of things. You have access to free training. You have access to in a global community where you can learn and share. I can say that you have access to a global community where you can learn and share. It's a big one. These are some other ones, some other offerings. We have tools, e-tools, we have a whole lot. So thank you very much. I think I should wrap it there so that I can take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faya. We already have some people dropping in comments in the chat. However, if there's anyone who would like to ask the questions orally, please just raise your hand and we'll call on you to ask the questions. But if you would, I could read through the questions, and if you want to go through, you could go through the chat as well to see the comments and some of the questions that have been asked already.
Okay. But I trying to check where it started. I know when I got disconnected, I probably lost some, but I'll start with this. See, this comment is a question for Ahmed Bakari. Said 10:27. If there is anyone earlier than that I need to, you can also just approach to figure it out, please, Priscilla.
Okay, let me just go for you. All right, so we have a question from Mohammed Ahmad Bakari. Yeah. He's asking, he says, what a wonderful and educative session. However, is there any difference between a student's final year project and that of an organization in the context of project management?
Okay, a project is a project. A student, undergraduate project, or even in fact, interestingly, they call it project because it has a timeline, it has a scope, and then you need to finish it to achieve something. So it is a project. Now, most times when we're running those things, we are not thinking about professional project management because what we are thinking of is, let me just get this thing done. I need to graduate. So we are not thinking about that. But that's the reality. It is a project. Now, we are not, despite the fact that we're not thinking about that, but anybody that has experience, project management experience or knowledge, that person will likely do better with the with delivering or with executing his or her project, because they are able to think through the process better. They're able to do whatever they need to do better than somebody that is just like, oh, I'm doing this thing, let me just get this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure he has gotten a response to the question. Another question says, okay, this is not really a question. It says, I believe stakeholders are people who would be affected by the project, by the project's outcome. Okay. All right, someone says, yeah, Yahuza Ismail says, one of the major setbacks in project management most times is sustainability, which is at times in line with the donor or funders guideline. How can one ensure effective project sustainability?
Yeah, one of the ways about project sustainability is actually from project initiation. That is, okay, why are you starting the project in the first instance? If we are thinking about projects, I mean, one of the things in proper project management is that you are thinking of the whole cycle of the project. So initiation to the, and even till for the period of use of that particular output or outcome. So proper project management understanding good project management knowledge will help us prepare us for this sustainability issues, because it's part of the things you have to ask yourself when you, as a project manager, or as an organization that wants to implement the project using project management principles. It's part of the questions you would have to ask yourselves. How is this project sustainable? When we put this much money into it, what is going to be the outcome? What's it going to produce? And is it something that we should is it something that we should implement? Is this something that we should invest our resources into? So it's because funders don't want your project or all of the resources to just become nothing after after the funding cycle. That's why they ask you to talk about. That's why they talk about sustainability of the project. I hope I've answered that properly.
Thank you very much. I think you have. And at this point, unfortunately, we'll not be able to take further questions, but would love to plead if you can maybe send us some of your handle, and if we have participants who still want to engage you further, so that they can reach out to you and take it on. So I don't know, are we able to get any way to reach out to you, please?
Of course, I'm trying to type now. I can also share my slides.
All right, thank you very much. So that would do great. So everyone who has more questions and would like to engage our facilitator, please just reach in the chats and get the information he'll be sharing with us. Also, we will be sharing the slides after today's bootcamp for everyone to go through. Also, want to say a very big thank you to Architect Bolao, who is the VP of PMI. He has been on the call with us. We appreciate your support, sir. And we look forward to more engagements with you as we go on with the program. And on this note, I want to say a big thank you to our facilitator, Mr. Pikayo. From the comments in the chat, we can say it was a very exciting session. For example, the CAP participants already carried out their project, and I'm sure that they have major lessons from what you have taught them now, and it will be useful in other projects they'll be doing in the coming years and months and wherever they find themselves. So we say thank you very much, and we appreciate you coming on the call today.
Thank you. It's a delight joining you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. Kudos for the good work you're doing.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. So right now, we'll be moving on to the next session. And we already have our next caller as well on the line, and she'll be taking us on design thinking and innovation. She'll be taking us on design thinking and innovation, and she is Dr. Mariam Siddiq. Sorry. She is a catalyst for innovation who uses user-centered design approaches to create meaningful solutions. And she'll be taking us on a session this morning on design thinking and solution and innovation, rather. Dr. Mariam, thank you and welcome to today's session. Please, you may commence your session now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm glad to be here. So without further ado, I'll try sharing my screen and we'll start off the session. And quite a huge crowd. Last time it wasn't this much of people, so I'm really happy to see that there are like 100+ people here. So welcome aboard and thank you everyone for being here. I hope you can see my screen, right? Okay, you all can see my screen, correct? Okay, you can. All right. Okay. Awesome. So this session today is for design thinking, and design thinking and innovation is something that we do in our daily lives and we don't realize. So design thinking is, you can say, one of the, you can say, methodology or an approach or a method uh, where you can, innovate things around whatever it is, if it's your project or even in your, daily life to solve problems. So basically what we learned today is about 5 steps or the brief approach that how do we exactly do design thinking, and then what's the importance of design thinking, and there are some tools and frameworks we use for design thinking and innovation. So, what is exactly design thinking? It's a problem solving approach that aims to improve the lived experiences of people. So, if you're interested in solving problems for people, then you can practice design thinking. And I'm saying this very, with emphasis that it's all about experiences of people. If you're interested to, enhance people's experience directly working with people, or any service or any product that in the end is for the people. So this is the methodology you can use to solve their problems, and it all starts with problems. It all starts with solving any problem. Whenever you are thinking of a solution or thinking of innovation, you want to make things better, you want to make any solution better, you want to make any product better, and in order to do so you will have to think that how you can enhance the experience or improve the experience regarding that. And when once you think about that, you will automatically improve that service or that product or whatever that offering is. So design thinking is really a mindset. It's an approach. It's not a hard and fast, you can say, um, uh, a step-by-step approach that, okay, you can follow from step 1 to step 10 and then you will be able to innovate. It's not like that. It's a method. It's an approach. You have to reiterate a lot in that. You have to fail a lot, and then you will keep doing that loop again and again to improve that. It's all about improvement. It's all about how you innovate during that cycle as well. It's not just from start to end kind of approach or thinking. It's a mindset. So what is an experience? So this is a question from my side. What exactly is an experience? When you go to a coffee shop, is it a coffee maker or is it a person enjoying a cup of coffee? So I want to stop here and ask if anyone can, unmute and answer me that is there a specific coffee shop that you go, or is there a preferred place you go for your coffee, for your morning coffee maybe? And if yes, let's take my example. I'll share my example, but because I'm not able to see the chat box. Let's say I prefer Starbucks coffee. Whenever I wake up in the morning, it's my routine from my home to whenever I get to my workplace, I usually get Starbucks coffee. Now, what is different with the Starbucks coffee? It's same coffee if either you go to another brand or maybe some other place or maybe you make yourself. But the difference is that experience what a Starbucks gives you. And this is just an example that I like that experience. I want to go to Starbucks because it's personalized. They mention my name and it's a smooth journey. You go order, you come back swiftly. So it's a good experience that I really like, and that is why I'm stick to that specific brand or that specific chain. So it's not really the coffee maker, it's the experience that I'm getting. So it's always more than a product or a service in innovation when you think about it in a way that you are providing an experience, and it's all about how well that experience is, and the more it's better, the well innovated it is. So design thinking requires you to consider a person's experience in order to focus on their human needs. So when you start off with problem solving and you think of a problem and how to innovate in a problem, and you want to drive a solution for that, you think about what exactly is the need. Now the trick here is you need to crack what need you're solving for. It's sometimes it's not the exact need that we are solving, and we just want to innovate for the solution. Let's say we propose solutions in today's world. Whenever we talk about innovation, it's like, okay, let's bring in technology and let's make an app for any problem, for example. But you need to think that an app is not a solution for everything. You need to think about what exactly is the need that you're trying to cater, and what exactly is the problem that you're trying to solve, and will it even help. Sometimes an app is not even the solution and it's not helpful, but we misunderstand it in the name of innovation. Okay, if it's technology, it's innovation, and it will just solve the problem, and it's on phone and it's really cool. So it's not always the case. You'll need to think about a person's experience, because in the end we all are humans, and whatever technology is out there, whatever tools we have out there, it will not replace the human experience. And it will it's even challenging in this era when we have chat gpt kind of things coming along. We really need to focus that what humans feel, because it's all about that human feel and need. And if you cater to that, that's the valuable contribution there, and that's where you can exactly innovate. So let's take an example. If I say that like the word vase, so you'll say, okay, a vase is a vase. It's a thing that you can use to put flowers in. But in this moment, if I stop and I ask you to have a pen and paper and draw a system to enjoy flowers in your house. So I'd like you to draw or think that if I say this, word that draw a system to enjoy flowers in your house. So what will come to your mind, or what will be your you know, what will be your system? Anyone? You can take 1 or 2 minutes and then I can ask back. If I say that if you want to enjoy flowers in your house or fragrance in your house, so what will be that way, or what will you use to enjoy flowers in your house, apart from vase, because we are done with vase, that you put flowers in your vase and you enjoy. What else you can use? Anyone? Empty can, emotion. Okay. Flower pot. A vase, obviously, because a vase is what I mentioned already. Plastic. Open glass. A bowl. Wow. What else? Garden. Yes. A container if I'm not planting in my garden. A diffuser, of course. That's something new. Plastic bucket. Okay. Ceramic cups. Fragrance candles. Wow. A vase is very obvious. Flower bag placed on a wall. Orchard. Okay. Mole pot. Wow. What else? How would you enjoy fragrances in your house usually? Leather bag. Okay. Very interesting answers. A bowl. Recycled bottles. Amazing. Portrait. Okay. Garden. Yes, exactly. So see how it just changed. Like a statement have changed your mindset. If I say vase, the mind will picturize that, okay, there's a vase and there are flowers in it, and that's all how we are enjoying our flowers. But if I change my statement that you can draw or think of a system we can enjoy our flowers, then a lot of ideas came in, that it can be any way. It can be a garden, it can be another pot, it can be recycled bottle, it can be anything. So it's a way of thinking. You see, if you confine your mind to a specific word or to a specific statement, okay, this is the problem I'm going to solve and this is the solution, then your mind is confined. It's not able to think beyond that. So you need to change your mindset, and you need to think, okay, if this is a problem, then there are numerous ways to solve it. And if this is experience, so now here what I mentioned is the experience itself. I didn't mention the thing, like it says that, okay, what container would you use to put your flowers in? That is a vase. But I said that how would you enjoy the experience? How would you enjoy the fragrance of flowers in your house? And then you strike with a lot of ideas, that there could be a garden, there could be different type of pots, or a bag, or something else, even scented candles, or something else, diffuser. So you see, when you change that mindset towards an experience, and its experience center, then you can think, in a different way. And this is what the what I meant when I say that what are different systems, or what are different ways you can, enjoy flowers or fragrance in your house. So this is how you enhance the experience, and you think about experience of people. And I'm repeating this because it's all about humans, the experience and what they exactly feel and what they exactly need. And once you crack that code, you will be able to, sort out the solution very easily. So we always start with problems, we always start with experience, and we really emphasize on this whenever we are using the approach of design thinking, and we say that, okay, we're going to solve it, we're going to innovate, and we are using this methodology. So we really focus on the experience itself. Now, design thinking, as I mentioned, have two spaces. Obviously, we start off with problem space, and then we go towards the solution space. So in problem space, obviously, we start with empathizing with people. And by empathizing, I mean we start, we start to be in the shoes of the users or the consumers or whoever we are designing solution for. So we empathize with them, that what exactly is the need, what do they need, what is their problem, and we really need to feel it, that how does it feel. Let's say if we are in a hospital, and we all have that this experience, that we go to a hospital, we have to wait, and there are long queues, and there's a long waiting time, and then you get to see your consultant, and then you will get that prescription, and then you'll have to go to pharmacy, then you have to go to wait there as well, and then you come to home. So this is tiring, journey, and this is an experience. So how we can, let's say if we take this example, so how we would, enhance this experience or improve this experience. So we start with, empathizing or going through that journey ourselves to know that what exactly is the experience, and where are the gaps, and what are the needs, and where we can exactly, propose the solution coming toward the solution space. So we really need to experience it ourselves. So we start off with empathizing, we have a lot of ideas, and then we converge those ideas, and we say that, okay, we reframe the situation, that these are the areas where we can work. So we converge those ideas, and then we go towards the solution space. We start ideating that, okay, this could be the solution, or this could be solved through this, or these two problems can be combined, and we can have one solution. And then we prototype and test. And by prototype, I mean it's a mini solution, and then by test it's the full-fledged solution. You go towards market, and it's the final step to how your solution is working or how not. And we'll discuss it in further slides as well. So the main thing is we go towards solution space before doing and knowing that what exactly the need is and the problem is. So there are different school of thoughts who define design thinking in different ways, and they define design thinking to, that approach to be applied in different steps. So there are different thinking schools, and there are different definitions. But the thing is, it's a problem solving approach. It's an innovation approach. It's an innovation tool. Design thinker group says that there are like 4 steps: empathize, reframe, idea, prototype, test. Stanford D school, which I personally really like, and I personally go through these 5 steps whenever I think of a solution. It's starting from empathize, then you define what the problem is, then you ideate, then you prototype, and then you test. While IDEO says it's gather, generate, make sure. If you look at the words, it's all pretty much same, that you start off with gathering insights or empathizing with your user, and then you go towards what exactly the problem is, defining the one problem, or maybe group of problem, and then you ideate about solution, and then you test it, you prototype and test it, and then you make it, and you come back to the first step again. It doesn't end at the step of the test, or it's not the last step. You will always have to come back to the first step, even after testing that. Okay, let's say you have a solution, it's in the market, it's going good, but after, let's say, 3 months, 4 months, there are some complaints, or there's some bugs in there, or there are some some difficulties that user are facing. Then you'll have to come back to the first step, and you empathize with them, that what is there that you can solve, what is their experience, and how you can improve it again. And then you go through the cycle again. You again come back to empathize with users. You again reframe your problem. You enhance your problem statement. That first, if you're solving let's say one piece or one part of the journey, or one problem in the journey, you will add on second problem. You'll be solving that, and then you ideate on your solution, and then you go towards solution, and then your solution becomes better. And this is how, big companies do. Let's say if you talk about Apple, how they're still in the top of the market, and they've got their own brand, because they do it again and again, that they're like, small box, let's solve it, have another version of an iPhone. But it's more about branding now. But again, when they were starting off, it's all about that they're the best, and they know what exactly users need, and it's easier to use, and the user interface is still one of the brilliant ones, that it's very easy to use. So this is one of the example that you come back to this methodology to use again and again to enhance your solution, or whenever you are innovating, of course. These are the different tools, and as I mentioned, that I personally really prefer using these 5 steps from Stanford Lee School, that is empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. And we'll explain it further into depth. So, and on the above timeline that is mentioned, there are different tools that is used on each step. Let's say whenever we are empathizing, and it's the first step of design thinking, we sometimes we use a stakeholder mapping, sometimes we use road mapping, sometimes we use ethnographic research. So these are different tools, and I cannot go into the details of each tools, but these tools are really useful, and there are some frameworks online available that's really easy to use, and some are really in-depth kind of tools, and you need a team, and you need certain expertise and certain skills to use them, let's say. But most of them are easy to use. Let's say empathy mapping, it's really easy to use empathy mapping. It's kind of a map that you research, and you go to your customer, or whoever you're solving problem for, and you ask them questions, that what do they think, what do they listen in their environment, how is their journey regarding any specific solution that you're designing for. And if you are working on the problems, obviously on the first stage, you ask them questions about the problem, that how is their experience, what do they experience in their daily life, how they connect with it, and what are their emotions. And once you crack all of that research, then you go towards designing the solution. Then there comes exploring personas. There are different personas, which we later on say that there are different target segments whenever we are designing any solution, or whenever we are innovating. So we use that. Then again, journey that I mentioned, we usually map the journey of our user, or whoever we are designing solution for, our target population, let's say. So we design the journey, that where they do usually start, and where do they end. And then in that journey, we used to crack the steps or the gaps, or we see that, okay, these are the points where we can really bring in the solution. Let's say if as I have given the example of, waiting at hospital. So we can say that, okay, if the first step is you're entering the hospital, and you have to go towards, let's say, the waiting area to wait for your doctor. So there could be any screen, let's say, in that hospital, which can, mention the exact times where the consultant is available. So you can save the time, rather than waiting in that waiting section area. You can have that screen, or maybe you can have a text from hospital itself, that this is the exact time consultant will be available, and you don't have to, wait extra. And this is just an example I'm throwing out there. There must be other experiences and other journeys people go through, and there are different other examples as well. Then there is research sense making, how might we statement, brainstorming. I'm sure you all are very aware of this tool of brainstorming. And then we go towards, ideation and prototype and test step. And then we have different tools in those steps. Let's say affinity mapping, stakeholder value mapping, low fidelity prototyping. You have paper prototypes. Sometimes you have digital prototype. You kind of have, have a video, or maybe some kind of beta testing if there's an app. There could be storyboarding, and then there is final testing and iterating and designing solutions. So there are many more tools apart from these tools as well, and you don't have to use each of the tool in each step. There are certain tools you can use. There are certain tools which fits your problem area that you can use. There are certain tools that is not applicable. So it really depends which tool you want to use, and what kind of problem you're solving, and what kind of problem you're innovating for. So it really depends. And sometimes you cannot use all the tools. It might be one or two tools at first stage, and then you can go towards your solution simply. So it really depends on case to case, and what solution you're working for. So these are the 5 steps that we usually use, that I usually prefer to use. And this is from a Stanford design school, and starts off with empathize. That is the first step, that you always empathize with your user. And in the step of empathize, you conduct interviews, you conduct research, you uncover emotions, you really really dig down that what exactly they're feeling about the problem that you're going to you're going to solve, and how bad is that problem. And even if it's a problem, maybe sometimes it's not the problem, it's just an associated factor with that, or an associate problem. The root cause or the root problem is something else that you really need to think. So you seek stories in this step, you research well, you conduct many interviews, you do the journey mapping in empathize step. Then coming towards the define step. In define step, you reframe and create human-centric problem statements. Let's say you define exactly that what the problem is, and the statement is like there are different statements and there are different examples, but it really starts off with filling the gaps that dash, let's say, population needs this. So the word need should be there, that okay, this is the exact problem that you're trying to solve. So that is why it's mentioned that you create human-centric problem statements. And then you identify meaningful surprises and tensions, and you infer insights that whatever surprises comes through with that problem, or whatever the associated factors are there with that problem. And then you go towards obviously the solution space. You ideate a lot of ideas, regardless of the resources and regardless of whether it's practical or not. So you brainstorm radical ideas, and you're working with the team, so obviously you build on others ideas as well. And you suspend judgment. There's no judgment on this step. However the wild idea is, how impractical is the idea, it's there in this stage. And then you filter it out, on the basis of different criteria. Let's say how feasible it is, how viable it is, if even it fits uh, your environment or your customer's environment. So you first do not judge, and you have all of the ideas, and then you filter out readily. So you don't start with confined mind, you start with open mind, and then you diverge the ideas. After ideation, you go towards prototype, and that is, you create a low res objective experience. And by low res, it's like you create a mini solution of your final set solution. Let's say if I want to create a car, and with all of the features, but the feature won't be there in my prototype stage. It would be, it would be a very basic functionality, and it would just test that if even the solution is correct or not, right? So this stage is really important. You role play to understand the context and key feature. You quickly build to think and learn that what could be the gaps if I'm going for this solution for my users. Then what could be added, what could be removed, that you're thinking that okay, this is beneficial for the customer, but the customer really don't like it. So it's really that stage that you're gauging that okay, if the solution even fits the need of the user. So, and this is where we call product fit market, or if it's fit the needs of the user. Then we test with customers to refine solution, gather more data, gain deeper empathy, embrace failure. If our product is it's going to fail, that then we'll I reiterate that okay, what can we do better. Let's say if there is new flavor of the coffee that has been introduced, but if the users don't like it, and you thought that okay, it would be a good idea, but you get to know after testing that it's not good, then you'll have to stop, because that's the only way you'll know that it's even it fits the user need, or even your user wants it or not, or it's just in your head. So that's that. And finally, after a test, it's assessment. It's an additional step. We usually end with test, and we go towards the first step again, that is empathize. So you assess. Obviously, there in some solutions there are guidelines to evaluate your projects. There's some certain criteria you need to stick to working critically. So you receive feedback, obviously, and you integrate that feedback from your users, from the team, and then you go back that how you can enhance and improve, and then you get back to the first step, that's empathize, and then you start off again, and then you enhance your solution. And it's also mentioned, if you notice in the slide, that not necessarily linearly apply as needed. So it's not that you go step by step. Sometimes you go towards the ideate step. Sometimes you go towards to define a step. You feel like, okay, my statement is not correct and I need to, reiterate on my problem statement and I'll revise it. So it's a back and forth kind of a journey. It's not step by step, or it's not linear that, okay, if you follow through the recipe, you will end up with the final and perfect, kind of innovation or the solution. It's all about reiterating again and again, researching again and again, testing again and again. And sometimes we think that it's the right solution, it's the right innovation, and we think, oh, it's an innovation, and for user it's not. So it really is tricky, and it's really exhausting to use this methodology. And then again, it's not a magic recipe for innovation. It's just a methodology, it's a mindset, it's an approach, and you have to use it again and again to know that, okay, these are these steps, and to crack the exact flow that you want to really use, and the approach to develop that kind of mindset. Again, starting from first step, and this is like explanation of each step, and then we'll be ending our session. This is somehow the same, that empathy, the foundation of human-centered design process is empathy, and to empathize, what you exactly do. And when I repeat it again and again, so what do you exactly mean? That, okay, we feel the emotions, but this is the exact step to do. So what do we exactly do in this step? You observe. We view our users and their behaviors in the context of their lives. That, let's say, if you are interested in designing a solution for youth, so you observe your target segment, you observe how their usual life is, and what are the what's their daily routine, how their behavior is, if you're designing a solution for them. So you need to really go deep down and research that, how their experiences are. And then you engage with them. Obviously, you interact and you interview your users through both a scheduled and short intercepts count. So this is like, you sometimes you have your structured questions to ask, that is about the problem that you're going to solve. And sometimes you just observe, you sit back and just see that how the journey goes. And then you immerse yourself and experience what your user experiences. And in some cases it's not possible, of course, but in most of the cases wherever it is possible, and people who are design thinkers, they usually do it. And it's really tough, because to be in that shoes and to go through all that journey, sometimes it's really it's really painful, that you even forget that you are designing a solution and you're not being yourself. But you need to go through that, and you need to crack those feelings, that if you go through yourself, then what would you feel if there comes a solution, and what kind of solution would you want if you are in that situation. And that's really important while designing or innovating. Otherwise, if you're thinking in your head, like I mentioned, that, okay, let's design an app and hand it over and it will solve the problem, but it really won't solve the problem, then there is no purpose, right? And that is why we really focus, and we really emphasize on this step, that this is the most important step where you start off. Now, here is a question that I really want to ask the audience. What do you think is the difference between empathy and sympathy? And I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll wait for your answers in my chat box. What's the difference between empathy and sympathy? Anyone?
And we have a hand that is raised.
Yeah. You can go one by one, or you can even write your answers. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever raised their hand.
Adeyemi, please speak.
Yeah, empathy is putting yourself.
Adeyemi, Adebisi.
Okay. Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. To my knowledge, I think empathy is basically focused on finding solution to a particular problem, whereas sympathy, there is emotions attached to it, which might necessarily not towards solving the problem.
Exactly, correct. And I have some response in the chat box if anybody else wants to unmute and say. Okay, empathy is to feel what someone else feels by putting your, yeah, go ahead. Somebody unmuted themselves and I'll read the comments side by side. Okay.
Charles.
Okay,
Charles.
you're all, yeah.
Hello,
If,
good morning.
yeah.
Hello. My own understanding, empathy is putting yourself in a person's situation. While sympathy is just showing some feelings of just sharing the pain of somebody. It's not necessarily putting yourself in their shoes, just showing concern for the situation somebody is passing through.
Yes, correct. And most of the people in the chat box are correct as well, in that empathy is feeling one's pain, while sympathy is kind of pity. You just say, oh, that someone is going through difficult times. You say, oh, I feel really sorry for them. So empathy is really feeling and doing something. So empathy is all about doing. And if you, feel, think, that, okay, someone is going through this pain and what I can do to make them feel better. And this is there's a video that okay, I'll just stop sharing. Can you guys hear the sound of the video when I play this?
No, we can't.
You can't hear it now?
No.
Okay, let me check. Okay. Settings and video, audio. I am not sure if I can really set the settings here. Yes, of course. I'm gonna drop the link and then you can play. Just give me a moment. Okay. So I have shared the link and the team will play it for you guys, I guess, in a while. Pity or sorrow, correct. And here is the link for everyone, or if the team wants to play it. And this is really a good video, explaining that how exactly you do the empathy and how empathy feels like if you're empathizing with someone. Sympathy is about feelings and emotions, correct. And then, okay. Okay, thank you for playing the video. And this was a video about, the difference, what we exactly do in empathy. And, we treat people according to our judgments, and we say that, oh, we empath. Sometimes we do say this, that we are not sympathizing, but we do empathize. We know how it feels, but it really is sympathy, and we just pass the words. So you see how everybody is going through different things. And this was an example video by Cleveland Clinic. That's a hospital, and there are different people in hospitals, but we don't realize it in our daily lives and in our, usual routines, that there are people everywhere, and everybody is going through different, circumstances. There are different situations in their lives. They're facing different difficulties, and how we treat them, and how we often misjudge people, and based on our judgment we treat them, and we, judge them, that, okay, this is the situation they're going through. And sometimes we don't even know that they're going through something, or we do it on our.
Hello, Doctor. Hi, Dr. Mariam. Hello. We seem to have lost your audio. If you can hear me, we cannot hear you. There is no audio from your end. No, we cannot.
Can you guys hear me now?
If you're speaking, we still cannot
Yes,
hear you.
I am speaking. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. You guys can hear me. All right, so I'm gonna reshare my screen, and we're gonna go back to the presentation. And I was just discussing where you missed is, when you saw the video, that this is exactly what empathy is. And sometimes we misinterpret, emotion. We sympathize with people most of the time, and we say, no, we empathize with them, but that is not really the case. And we are most of the time sympathizing, and we are not really doing anything for them. So empathy is all about, doing something. If you feel pain of someone else, if you feel what problems they're going through, so you can, really make a change. And that's where innovation comes in, and that's where your learnings come in, and that's where design thinking kind of approaches are used. That, okay, we're going to solve this because we really feel that pain, and we really feel that problem, that, okay, how the people are going through it, and how we can enhance their experience. And that is why I'm emphasizing again and again on, empathy, and that step, that this is a really, important step. And I'm gonna reshare my screen to share my slides. And could you please give me the permission to share this screen? Okay, perfect. All right, so we know what human connection is, and we know what empathy is. And this is one of the tools that is also used in empathy when you're, when you want to interview people, and when you want to know the insights about them, and you want to know what's going on with their lives and what do they want. So what, how, and why. So you go from, concrete to emotional, and then you go back from emotional to concrete. And here's an example. When you see a picture, what are they doing in the photo? There's a little girl picking root vegetables, and how are they, holding it? So she's just smiling, even though it looks bigger than her, it looks fun for her. And why are you doing in this way? So in this step, you would like to, take a guess, and you say somehow it's been made into a game, and gardening is fun, and getting messy is fun to her. So they're enjoying it, they're enjoying that experience of gardening, and that is why they're, smiling. So this is a very basic example, but this is one of the tools we usually use when collecting, insights and researching about people in the step of empathy. So this is an example tool we use. Coming towards the second step, once you empathize with your users or with your people, whoever you're designing for, you unpack and synthesize your empathy findings into compelling needs. That, okay, these are the need of the people and insights, and you scope a specific and meaningful challenge statement or problem statement. For example, here is one problem statement, that how might we improve the grocery shopping experience? In some example, it can be how might we improve the hospital experience, or how might we improve waiting experience in a manner that positively impacts people and environment. So this is a specific example of improving grocery shopping experience. It can be anything you think of, or any sort of area you want to innovate for. Let's say I am a healthcare expert, and that is why I really emphasize on improving the experiences of patients, or maybe healthcare providers, or whoever is involved. So you can say that I can say for my for my for myself that okay, I want to improve the experience, the waiting experience for patients, so that it impacts patients' life better. So I want to decrease the waiting experience for them, or I want to have them a better you know healthcare provider experience or nursing experience. So you form a statement after you empathize with your user segment, or the target population you want to innovate for, or you want to design a solution for. Then you come towards ideate. Obviously you ideate, and you come up with a lot of ideas. So this is the mode of your design process in which you aim to generate radical design alternatives. You represent a process of going wide in terms of concepts and outcomes, and it is a mode of flaring rather than focus. So you spread all over that, okay, this can be done, this can be done, we can do this, we can do that. Regardless, you have all of the ideas, and then you converge them after that. You don't stop yourself at the first stage, and that's not recommended, because that confines your mind to think about more solutions that could be possible outcomes, and that could be a possibility. So we really don't confine our mind, we just think of any or every idea whichever comes to solve that problem. And after, once we are done with all of that ideation process, then we select some specific ideas that, okay, these are the practical ideas, or these are the viable ideas, these are the solution ideas that we can really focus on and work on. And then finally you come towards the prototype and test stage, and these are the two final steps. And prototyping, as I mentioned, is getting ideas and explorations out of your head into the physical world, and you give it to your users and to your a specific kind of a group to test it. That, okay, a prototype can be anything that's not maybe a physical form. It can be a wall of post-it notes, it can be a role-playing activity or space, or an object, or even a storyboard. Let's say I will go to my mom and I'll ask that, I'm thinking of this idea, and I'm thinking of solution, what do you think about it? That can also be a prototype. Or you make something, or you make a drawing, or you make a presentation, or you make a video, that, okay, this is the problem I'm observing, and how about we solve it in this way. And it could be solved in it can be shown in the video form, and you show it to your users, or maybe ask around, and you will get the feedback on it, and that's your prototype. And then you actually design the solution, and then you test it with the real users, and it go out for the exploration and for the feedback. So these two steps are really linked. Prototype is a mini test, or you can say it's a mini version of testing process, and then you go full-fledged with the market users and everything. So why prototype? Exactly, this is the question, that if we are going to test in the end, then why prototype? Just go and give the solution out there to the users and get their feedback directly. Why going small first and then go big first? But the thing here is, traditionally prototype has been thought of a way to test functionality, that either your solution is even functional or not, or it's just in your head that, okay, I have, come up with a great solution. But if it's not functional, if it's not practical, then what's the reason? If you go into the market with on a bigger scale, it's going to go fail, right? So that is why prototype is really important. And prototype is used for many reasons, like, empathy gaining, that it's a tool to deepen your understanding of design space and your user, that where they're coming from, and then getting their feedback on that, even at a pre-solution phase of your project. That even if you're not there, even if you're thinking of maybe say 2-3 solution, that this could be one, this could be one, and at prototype stage you'll get to know, okay, that this is the best solution I can go for. And this is why we do prototyping. We do prototyping to explore. You build to think, you develop multiple solution options. You do testing, creating prototypes and developing the context to test and refine solutions for the users. So you get their feedback and then you refine it more. Then you go back to users and then you refine it more and come up with a better solution. It's an inspiration phase as well. You inspire others, you inspire your teammates, you inspire your clients, customers, investors by showing your vision that this is how you think the solution could be. And sometimes it's really beneficial to go big on your solution, and sometimes they are really impressed by your solution, and investors say that, okay, you can apply some maybe tag in this, or you can maybe apply more kind of solutions and come up with a bigger solution idea, or come up with a group of solution, and that's the bigger solution, offering more than one service. If you're offering one service in a prototype, so they'll say that, okay, you can go for 2 more because this is such a brilliant solution and this is such a great idea. So in prototype stage, you get to know all that feedback, and you get to know about all of that insights from your users, that, okay, this is how your solution will look like. And then you improve and finally go for the testing stage. So testing is the final chance to get feedback on your solutions, refine your solutions to make them better, continue to learn about your users. But again, it's an iterative mode in which you place your low resolution artifacts, or you say objects or solutions, in the appropriate context of the user's life, and you see that is it working or not. So prototype and test stage, this is the quote, that prototype as if you know that everything is right and you are right, but test as if you know you're wrong. So you see the difference. And prototype stage, you are very confident that, okay, this is the solution. My solution is brilliant and my innovation is brilliant, and I'm gonna, test it with my first, say group of the users. And then when you get the feedback and you refine it, and it's the final solution, you go that, okay, this is gonna go wrong. This is wrong, because you're opening yourself up for the feedback. You're opening yourself for the, for the critical feedback that's going to come, because it's the testing stage, and it's the final, it's the final real world stage, and your solution is going to go out. And there might be some users who might dislike, or who might, give a feedback that you didn't know on the prototype stage. So you'll get to know that feedback sometimes. And, testing is all about that. You think that, okay, you're wrong, and whatever the feedback will come, you will refine it accordingly, and users are right. So that is testing is all about. So that's the final stage of design thinking when you go towards approach. And I'll go back to my first slide to reiterate on the 5 steps. That you start off with empathize, then you define, then you ideate, then you prototype, and then you test, and then you come back to the first step, that is empathize again. And whatever feedback you get, you just reiterate on it, you refine it better, and then that's how you use this methodology. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and if there are any questions, I think we are on time, or maybe before time, but the main idea was to familiarize you guys on the concept that this is one of the approaches we use for innovation, and it's a reiteration process. So there are questions that I'm gonna start answering. Can prototype serve as the solution to a problem, even if it's the testing process? Okay, of course. So prototype is a mini solution, as I said. It's the first step you are going to test your exact solution, and then you get your feedback, and then you improve your solution. So prototype and test stage are really connected. So it's a mini version of solution. So yes, it can serve as the solution. I hope that answered your question. Of course, I'll try to share my slides, but what I do usually is there are some international toolkits and there are some guides that I used to share after my sessions. So I'll share that definitely. And those are, international guides, and those are detailed resources that you can use. So I'll definitely share it with the team after it. And thank you very much. Thank you for being a great audience. Thank you so much for the knowledge. And okay, to use that video was great. Thank you. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna share the resources. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions that we can take? It's all right, whoever wants to log off for their study sessions. And I'm gonna, of course, you'll get the resources afterwards. You're welcome. And I'm trying to find my LinkedIn to share if you guys want to connect afterwards. Sure, you can connect here. There you go. So you can always connect.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mariam. There's a question.
Yeah.
Someone is asking you to throw more lights on test and prototype.
Yes. So as I mentioned, that prototype and testing are the stage where you test your solution. So once you're done exploring the problem that you're going to solve or you're working, then you prototype it, means you go small on your solution. Let's say you go to apply it for a smaller group, or you can say for a smaller market. Let's say if you designed an app, so you won't go on an app store and launch it. You first test it with a close circle, or you can say smaller group, to get their feedback, and then you go towards final testing when you get the feedback on the prototype stage that okay, these can be the features which can be removed, these can be the features you can enhance. Or let's say if your solution is kind of it's a product, let's say, so you use that product and you go with your product solution to a smaller group of people and you ask them to use that product of yours or your solution, and then you ask them for your feedback, right? And then they will give their feedback on your product that okay, I feel that if let's say there's a bottle you design, let's say, and they will give feedback, I don't like the color of the bottle, I don't like the height, it's not keeping my water warm, I want my water to be warm and cold, so I want a thermostatic bottle. Let's say this is an example, and that's what you do in prototype stage. And once you get all that feedback, then you refine your solution and refine your product, and then you go towards your testing stage. So that's a small difference. I hope that answers your question. And my LinkedIn profile is there. You can always connect. I'll share the resources with the team after the session, and you'll get all those resources. It's in the chat box. Okay, so prototyping can be done as a group, and when does it end? It really is not necessary that it ends at a specific time. Once you get your feedback, so the timeline really depends. So it ends whenever you want. Once you get all the feedback of that smaller group, you will go refine your solution and launch it in the testing stage. So there's no specific kind of timeline. It's a shorter stage. You just get the feedback of that group, you improve your solution, and you go for testing. All right. What's up with the attendance? There is so much hype with the attendance.
So participants are required to fill in.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a couple of people asking for it beforehand, but it's going to be shared very soon. Now, I think, okay, the person who asked the question says, thanks, Doc, cleared. So I think you've answered the question. And if we do not have further questions, would there be anyone who is willing to ask a question? Maybe you want to raise your hand and ask any question. Anyone? Okay, I don't think we have, oh, okay. We have Isaac. Isaac wants to ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Isaac, please unmute and ask your question.
Okay, good morning from the side.
Good morning.
Yeah, okay. My question is now talking about prototype. In a scenario whereby you've empathized, you ideate, and you now come up with a prototype. That means you've gotten feedback from those persons and you've worked on everything. And now you've gotten to that solution. So maybe furthermore, along the line, maybe years after then, and you now still get to get people's idea about that particular product, and you go back to, work on that product with what they've given back to you. Can you still refer to that stage as a prototype?
No, that's empathy. That's the first step. When you go back after getting the feedback on your prototype or on your mini solution, you can go back on the empathizer stage whenever you want. So you can, reiterate on the experience that, okay, if they're, if this is the feedback of my user, so I can maybe go back to the first stage, and you can, empathize again that maybe I'm missing something in their journey, and then you refine the solution better. So empathy is the first step. You can go from any step to empathy back, and you can, have that journey, feel that journey of your user better, and then you refine your solution better. So it's not necessary that you go from prototype to empathize, from empathize to prototype. It really depends what you want to do. So empathy is, it's really important step. You can do it on every stage. You can go back. So that's up to you. I hope that answers the question.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No worries.
All right. Oluwatobi. We have another person. Oluwatobi, please unmute. All right.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is on ideation and prototyping. So after you have ideated, just like we did now, we came up with different experiences for having a flower experience in your house. How do you pick which of the ideas to prototype? Like, how do you decide this is the one that we should work on? Which one is most viable? That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So there are different criteria, really, depending on your idea. Sometimes it's if it's a physical product, then there is different criteria. If there's an app or a digital solution, there's different criteria. But usually it's feasibility, it's practicality, and it's business viability. So these three are the usual basic criteria that we go through whenever we select an idea. So it's how practical it is, like even if it's doable or not, obviously how feasible it's for the market, and how viable it is to apply, and how applicable it is for the users. So these three are the usual basic criteria when you go to select any idea. And then obviously there are different criteria, there are different guidelines that, if there's a medical app, then you have to go through the guidelines that you can actually, go for this solution or not. So they're different, but these three are the basic. I hope that answers.
Oluwatobi. Okay, we have another question on the chat. John Bosco wants to know. He says, in developing a project, must there be empathy before prototyping? If you can just take records from available data and work on your project.
Yes, empathy is definitely very important. Even if you have data is a really plus point, and it will really support your finding or your problem that you're solving. But empathy is important because it relates to experience. And that is what I was trying to explain all the time, that it's really important to know the experience of your user, and only then you will be able to, design that solution better. Let's say if you have data and the data says that the people needs solution for, let's say, any medical problem. So you'll say, okay, let's design an app and it will be very easy for users to use. And if you go to the empathy step and you empathize with the people, and you'll get to know that, oh, they already have an app. What they need is a physical clinic. So in that case, that physical clinic is the solution for them. The app is not the solution, and you missed out because you didn't go through the empathy step. And if you are just based on data and you have designed a solution that's not even needed, And that is why empathy is really important, to know about the people's experience, whoever you're designing solution for, and to know that this solution is even needed or not. Because this is what really happens. Sometimes people just go and start with data or start with solution state, that, okay, this is what I think the solution is, but it's not about my thinking, it's about the user, what they really need. So that is why empathy is really important and must be there before any kind of idea or solution you're thinking of. I hope that answers your question. And there is another raised hand.
Okay, yes. Lawal, please unmute and speak. Hello, Lawal, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. I have a very, very important question to ask.
Go ahead, please.
For example, if you are in the field, trying to solve a real life problem, how do you use the prototype texting in solving the real world problems? For example, if you go to the field, you can have empathy in trying to ask questions. You can also ideate. You can ideate. But how do you use that prototype measure in solving the problem? Thank you.
Okay. So if I understood it correct, if there is a product, let's say, and you want to test it out, so you'll have to make that actually, and you'll have to prototype. And that is how exactly small companies or even big companies do. You see, there are sometimes there are limited editions, or sometimes there is beta launch before they actually launch the product. And that is how they're doing their prototyping. So in physical world as well, you'll have a smaller batch of your product or of your solution, and you'll test it, and then you'll get the feedback. So that is why it's called prototyping. And once you get the feedback, you'll have your testing stage. So in real world, it's also possible. And that is why, if you heard of pre-seed and seed stages in the startups, you always start with smaller. And that is their prototype stage. Whenever they come up with solution, they don't come up with solution in the first go. So there's always prototyping. There's always real world testing. So I hope that answers. That is how you do prototyping.
Lawal, let's know if your question has been answered. Okay, I think it has. We have a couple more. Thank you, Doctor, for this eye-opening lecture. And so I join the participants to say thank you very much for sparing time and to share this knowledge with us. I think it will go a long way as innovators and actors looking to solve problems and challenges in our communities and wherever we find ourselves. This comes in very handy. So we don't create solutions that do not solve problems. So yes, so thank you very much. I say a big thank you. And on behalf of the CAP and the SDG advocates, we say thank you for coming on board, and we look forward to hearing from you more. I'm very sure that a couple of participants will send you messages on LinkedIn. Please, by all means, thank you very much. And we look forward to receiving your resources as well. We'll share them with the participants once we receive them.
Sure.
And at this junction, we just say thank you for coming on board today.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being a great audience. I look forward to connect with the team. I'll definitely share the resources. And there is one more hand raised. I'm not sure if that's a question.
Okay.
Before I leave.
Okay, I think we just take one more. Abdul Wahab, please unmute and speak.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you very, very much for your presentation. It has been wonderful. We thank you so much. I just want to just like a contribution, a single contribution with regards to what you've said. It's important that most of the people that are going to be prototyping in trying to solve a problem, it's very, very important that you do your own solutions, not to look at what other people have done. I'll give a simple scenario. Most of the time, You find people trying to solve a problem, but they look at the huge solutions that some people have already created. I'll give you a simple scenario where an institution wants their results to be computed. For instance, there are huge applications that cost a lot of money that a university that has maybe 200,000 students, for instance, use. This is a very huge university with lots of population. But you, as a person that just have an access to the university that has 200,000 students, and they have that resources to be able to use, and you have your own local problem, which is very, very peculiar to you, that simple Excel, Microsoft Excel can solve your problem for you. I think you should hold on to Excel and not to work with the huge resources that those universities have invested in trying to develop their own problem. So my just suggestion is try as much as possible to make sure your own solutions are based on your empathy that you must have done at the first stage, based on you, a relationship between you and maybe the end users or the people you are going to solve their problem. So try as much as possible to be yourself, not to look up to other people's solutions. That's just my, I don't know whether it's a question, maybe the doctor will want to say something about that. Or is, sorry if I have taken a time, please. Yes.
Unfortunately, she, I think, experienced some form of glitch and she has just disconnected from the call.
Okay.
Anyways, I think your colleagues have taken note of that. And yes, just to speak to it. Okay, Dr. Mariam is back. Dr. Mariam, please, would you want to say something?
I actually missed half of the other part, but thank you for the contribution. I you're right that sometimes we do follow, others' insight on solutions, or we do follow that, okay, somebody else is doing, then I might should do the same because it's the, tested solution, everybody likes it, and it's already there in the market. But sometimes it's not the right, approach, and you'll have to go for your solution or for your own thought process that, okay, if that works for you. So you're very right on that point, and thank you for that contribution. So yes, you should keep that in mind.
Thank you very much.
Any
All
other
right.
questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mariam. So at this point, we're bringing this particular session to a close. And once again, thank you for joining us today. We really had a great time learning about design thinking from you. So thank you.
It's been a pleasure, and thank you everyone for being a great audience. We'll share the resource with the team, and goodbye everyone. Thank you very much.
Bye. Please, the attendance link has been shared in the chat. I want everyone to note that the link is for the SDG Advocate. All CAP participants are not meant to fill that link. So please, if you are a CAP participant, do not fill the link. It's strictly for SDG Advocate. Also, at this point, would want to inform the SDGs advocates that their session for today has come to an end. And although we have one session, but that is for our CAP participants who have just moved on to the phase 3 of the program, and they're having a special session with our next facilitator. So at this point, please would have all our SDG advocates just bid us farewell as they exit the call. And we, the CAP participants, please just remain. You have one more session, and it promises to be very insightful, just like the ones we've had prior to this time. So please, everyone, please, while we wait for the SDGs advocates to exit the CAP participants, please, were to remain. You have your schedule already informed you of the timeline. We have our facilitator on board already. I can see her. You're welcome, ma'am. And at this point as well, we're just going to have a short break just to stretch your legs, just to have time to, take a walk. It's been a great, so we've had 2 great sessions this morning. So please, I'll just say, please have a walk around. Yeah, someone said, can we have a tea break? Yes, please, take a walk as we prepare for the next session. So we'll just have a few minutes to do that, and we'll be back to begin the next session.
Dear future generations, I think I speak for the rest of us when I say, sorry. Sorry we left you with our mess of a planet. Sorry that we were too caught up in our own doings to do something. Sorry we listened to people who made excuses to do nothing. I hope you forgive us. We just didn't realize how special the earth was. Like a marriage gone wrong, we didn't know what we had until it was gone. For example, I'm guessing you probably know it as the Amazon desert, right? Well, believe it or not, it was once called the Amazon rainforest, and there were billions of trees there, all of them gorgeous. And oh, you don't know much about trees, do you? Well, let me tell you, trees are amazing. I mean, we literally breathe the air they are creating. They clean up our pollution, our carbon. They store and purify water, give us medicine that cures our diseases, food that feeds us, which is why I'm so sorry to tell you that we burn them down. Cut them down with brutal machines, horrific, at a rate of 40 football fields every minute. That's 50% of all the trees in the world gone in the last 100 years. Why? For this. And that wouldn't make me so sad if it weren't so many pictures of leaves on it. You know, when I was a child, I read how the Native Americans had such consideration for the planet that they felt responsible for how they left the land for the next 7 generations. Which brings me great sorrow, because most of us today don't even care about tomorrow. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we put profit above people, greed above need, the rule of gold above the golden rule. I'm sorry we use nature as a credit card with no spending limit, overdrafting animals to extinction, stealing your chance to ever see their uniqueness or become friends with them. Sorry we poison the ocean so much that you can't even swim in them. But most of all, I'm sorry about our mindset, 'cause we had the nerve to call this destruction progress. Hey, Fox News, if you don't think climate change is a threat, I dare you to interview the thousands of homeless people in Bangladesh. See, while you were in your penthouse nestled, their homes were literally washed away beneath their feet due to rising sea levels. And Sarah Palin, you said that you love the smell of fossil fuels. Well, I urge you to talk to the kids of Beijing who are forced to wear pollution masks just to go to school. See, you can ignore this, but the thing about truth is, it can be denied, not avoided. So I'm sorry, future generations. I'm sorry that our footprint became a sinkhole and not a garden. I'm sorry that we paid so much attention to ice is melting in the Arctic. I'm sorry we doomed you, and I'm sorry we couldn't find another planet in time to move to. You know what? Cut the beat. I'm not sorry. This future, I do not accept it. Because an error does not become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We can redirect this. How? Let me suggest that if a farmer sees a tree that is unhealthy, they don't look at the branches to diagnose it, they look at the root. So like that farmer, we must look at the root and not to the branches of government, not to the politicians run by corporations. We are the root, we are the foundation. This generation, it is up to us to take care of this planet. It is our only home. We must globally warm our hearts and change the climate of our souls and realize that we are not apart from nature, we are a part of nature, and to betray nature is to betray us. To save nature is to save us, because whatever you're fighting for, racism or poverty, feminism, gay rights, or any type of equality, it won't matter in the least. Because if we don't all work together to save the environment, we will be equally extinct. Sorry.
Hey guys, for the past several weeks, I've been here in Africa, the heart of Africa, witnessing the horrific destruction of the rainforest, which inspired me to write this piece. Why are forests being destroyed at such an enormous rate? For this. Today we live in a world where destroying trees makes you money. So what can we, normal people, do about it? One way to directly fight the destruction is to stand for trees. By standing for trees, not only can you save the lives of trees, help forest communities, and protect the rights of animals to live in their homes, but you will also balance the amount of pollution that you yourself give off with your everyday activities, making you a part of the solution and not the problem. This is the option that I chose. But whatever way that you choose to stand for trees, do it. Because a wise man once said, when the rivers are all dried up and the trees cut down, man will then realize that he will not be able to eat money.
How do we create a future in which both people and nature can thrive? This is the biggest question of our times. In the next few decades, we need to do something unprecedented, achieve a sustainable existence on Earth. But how do we do it? We can start by understanding how we got to this point. 20,000 years ago, humankind consisted of less than 1 million hunter-gatherers across the globe. We lived within the resources on offer, in balance with nature, a strategy that could theoretically last forever. But it wasn't an easy life. Nature determined our survival. We used our unique minds to challenge that reality. We learnt how to tame the wild, get more from the environment. Our population boomed, as did our demands. Every time a new problem arose, we solved it. altering Earth's entire surface in the process. And now we have changed the world so profoundly, scientists have decided that Earth has entered a new phase of its existence. Welcome to the Anthropocene, the age of humans. The tables have turned. We now determine nature's survival. The planet is ours. There's just one problem. We're now totally out of balance with nature. And unless we get our balance back, this age of humans is due to be short-lived. So how do we deal with this problem? When you boil it down, there is one underlying big issue. Our planet is becoming less wild. Our species has cleared 3 trillion trees, cultivated half its fertile land, and now fishes across most of the ocean. In the last 50 years, the populations of wild animals have reduced by 60%. We've replaced them with ourselves and our domesticated animals and plants. Today, we and the animals we raise account for 96% of the mass of mammals and 70% of the birds on Earth. There's very little wild left. This biodiversity loss is not just a tragedy, it's the single biggest problem we face. Without biodiversity, the world as we...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Just to correct some of the notions some of you have. The session today, you were informed, is a bootcamp session consisting of several sessions. A bootcamp consisting of several sessions. So the SDG advocates have completed their own sessions for the day, and the CAP participants who are going to be working on their innovations and towards the pitch are to remain behind to take the next session. And the next session is on climate innovation. This is a very fundamental tool, it's a fundamental knowledge for you to be able to come up with innovations as climate actors. And to take this session is Marianne Mensah Lariviere. Apologies, please, if the pronunciation isn't so correct. And just her profile. Marianne is the founder of the Climate Innovation Education Lab, CIEL, which supports education and businesses in integrating climate action in their operations through training and consultancy. Marianne has 8 years experience in higher education on teaching climate change and sustainability. She is a coordinator of the module on smart and sustainable cities in the MSc Engineers for Smart Cities at University Côte d'Azur, and is responsible for climate innovation modules at BSIN. That's the Sustainability Design School. Marianne is the president of the Climate Action Network of International Educators Europe and a founding member of ALIVE, Arts, Creative and Climate Change. She's also one of the coordinators of the Group France of the European Education for Climate Coalition. Marianne worked for 15 years for international organizations where she developed a comprehensive knowledge of climate strategies and a wide range of skills in assessment of sustainable development projects in Europe and Asia. She holds a MPA from Harvard Kennedy School of Government and a master's in economics from Sciences Po Paris. Please let's make welcome Marianne Mensah Lariviere as she takes us on climate innovation. Ma'am, you're welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I have, really some engagement and passion for addressing this topic of climate change that is so essential for our centuries. And it's a pleasure to see so many of you here today. Within the, at the initiative of SDSN, from which our university is part of, to actually invent the climate solutions of tomorrow for Africa, for Nigeria. And I think it's, it's really, really important that your generation, you people who live, in Africa, take a lead on developing these solutions. So from my side, I actually I'm also from Africa. My father is from Togo, and my mother is French. I was born actually in France, and but I still have a lot of family in Africa, even if I must say that my academic focus these recent years was more in Europe. But it's something that, today I'm really happy also to have been invited here to give a brief lecture on climate change and technology with a focus on smart and sustainable cities. And I will share my presentation and explain you why I make a focus on cities. Let me just also add that it's a very brief presentation for such large topic, and that I will be happy to answer your question, because I will go quite fast on a lot of different elements of the issue of climate innovation. And I will be open to question if you want to address a certain point in particular. Well, let me share my screen first. So can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Great. So I have. Okay. So I have my presentation will actually be, I will give an introduction to climate innovation, to be honest, because it's such a large topic that it would require, maybe an entire semester to address it. But so this will be a short introduction, and I will also focus on why cities are key actors of the global agenda of climate change, and then there will be the Q&A session. Okay, so without as climate innovators, that we are at a defining issue of our time, at a defining moment to address this issue. And scientists, and especially the last IPCC report, tells us that, this decade is actually essential, and that we have until 2030 to really curb the curve of carbon emissions, if we don't want to be in scenarios that will be difficult to manage for our societies. And that is actually, meaning that time counts. and that there is a huge need for climate innovation. So you're at the right moment, at the right place. And I like also this quote of Albert Einstein, who says we can't solve our problem with the same thinking we used when we created them. And you had a short video that actually explained also the process of why our society is experiencing this environmental crisis. And so really with climate innovation, and surely the design process, design thinking process that I understand the previous speaker explained, have the possibility to, step out of the box and think about different solutions, different to actually address our needs. I will not go back to the climate crisis because I will assume that this has been addressed during the previous session. I hope it's okay. So I will not, address the fact that, there's a curve, the climate, the greenhouse gas effect, the curve, the fact that we are already at 1.2, the goals of the Paris Agreement, all this, I assume, is already known by you. So I will more focus on solutions, if it's okay with you, and technology. So if in terms of waves of innovations, you probably had already some introduction on, the source of greenhouse gas emissions and the fact that, they were mostly caused by industrialization, the previous wave of innovation. And right now, what we really have to tackle, to address, is the environmental crisis. And so the 6 waves of innovation is really about sustainability, about producing more efficiently, using less resources, thinking in a systemic way, being inspired by nature, with nature-based, with biomimicry, using green chemistry to reduce the pollution of manufacturing process, and so installing an industrial ecology that promotes circular economy, and of course energy is very essential in climate change and moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy. But we have to understand that we are just actually also in this 5th wave of the digital innovation, the biotechnology that is actually there and that are offering tools to also, enable this 6th wave of innovation with sustainability. Especially, when we want to model climate change, data counts, and there is a huge need of data. So I will not go in the details of climate modeling, because this could be also a whole session. But you are aware that data modeling is using climate modeling is using a lot of data, and that now new technologies such as machine learning, artificial intelligence are opening new ways of predicting climate change and climate change impacts much more accurately. And Google has actually released a paper 2 years ago that is very groundbreaking on how can we predict the impact of climate change much more precisely than previously, because we are able to treat and to analyze a lot of data and complex system interaction in a much more efficient way and more rapid way, because we had a kind of conflict between the complexity of the models and the timeline necessary to analyze what was produced, the results, the outcomes of the model. So data counts, and with no technology, certainly climate modeling wouldn't be at this stage today. Okay, so of course, in terms of climate change mitigation, reducing or preventing the greenhouse gas emissions and promoting carbon capture, technology also and climate innovation can really provide useful solutions, obviously. And here I'm showing you a picture of an innovation developed by MIT, and it's a new material, solar cells, that are able to actually that weight 20 less times. So the weight is 20 times lesser than usual solar cells, and is able to capture 18 times more energy than normal solar cells. So, this opens also as a ground to new application of this and the use of solar energy on buildings, for instance, and it's also a very interesting innovation. And just I encourage you, of course, to be abreast of the latest technology developed in the world, and certainly MIT is a good source of information for that. I hope I will be able to. Europe is also a good source of information for climate innovation. And here, when we talk about adaptation, we talked about the reduction and prevention of the impact of climate change. And as you know, Europe has developed this Copernicus program that is providing, images, satellite images, and access to this data. It's actually full, free, and open. So it's monitoring the atmosphere, it's monitoring also the marine environment, it's also monitoring the land, and in terms of extreme weather events, it can also be used in emergency management. And the last application, of course, is security. So Europe is also, you're certainly aware of the Green Deal, which is this large program of Europe, the European Commission, to enable Europe to become carbon neutral at the horizon 2050, carbon neutral and resilient at the horizon 2050. And Europe has, developed a program that is at least now mobilizing 700 billion euro. And a lot is also about climate innovation. So I really encourage you, and this looks like a generic advice, But if you are interested in developing a specific, in a specific technology, European research project or making data free and open to the world. So sometimes people don't know that, but European research program are certainly a great source of information. Okay, so I talked about climate science, I talked about climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. Quickly, about climate mitigation. Of course, when we think about addressing the needs for climate mitigation, we need to identify the source of a greenhouse gas. And this is, data for the world. I know that Africa has a very different carbon footprint, but it's still interesting to be aware that, of course, energy is the largest source of fossil greenhouse gas emissions. Food and agriculture come second. Then you have the industry sector, the transportation, buildings, and other energy related emissions. And so, of course, when we talk about, I have to, when we talk about climate mitigation and climate innovation, we will address this different source of greenhouse gas. And SDSN, has released a very important report, the roadmap for the roadmap to 2050, a manual for nations to decarbonize by 2050. And here they actually identify 6 pillars of decarbonation. The first one is, of course, the zero carbon electricity that has, that will encompass, all the renewable energy, such as solar, wind, geothermal, and you name it. But to shift to zero carbon electricity, we will also need to develop smart power grids, which will be able to, which are important, or enabler actually of shifting to renewable energy, because they are able to manage multiple source of power generation and various end use, so to provide efficient, reliable, and low-cost systems. I will also, of course, mention in the 6 pillars the electrification of end use, and especially this is especially important in the field of mobility. You are aware of the great push for disseminating the use of electric vehicles. But we have also really industry is important is an important emitter source of also carbon emissions, and so circular economy with material efficiency is also a great topic. And then we have sustainable land use, shifting to more sustainable agriculture. Livestock also is really, really important. And the last pillar is green synthetic fuel. That's also very important for in the field of mobility. And in this pillar, we include hydrogen that you probably aware will be widely used in commercial transportation. So, you know, the 6 pillars, this is really the 6 pillars identified by this SDSN report on climate innovation in the field of climate innovation for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Then I have actually also, I mean, I took this report because I thought that, you know, it was also highlighting that right now, financing is really going to a number of technology, and that is not necessarily the most efficient one in reducing carbon emissions. And I thought that this report, it's a report of PwC that was released in 2022 on the climate tech report, and it shows that actually you know, a lot of I mean, that's worldwide, huh? A lot of investment right now is going to light duty battery for electric vehicles. And you know, then that it's not necessarily the technologies that have the most potential in emissions reduction, while others, such as food waste technology, is not necessarily receiving enough funding. So what was actually you know, the main message of this report was that the need for government and international governance bodies to incentivize the venture capital investment to the technologies that have the biggest potential for emissions reduction. Okay, we talked about climate mitigation, reducing carbon greenhouse gas emissions, but of course, climate innovation also addressed climate adaptation. Yes, adaptation, you know, it's really reducing the impact of climate change on our societies. And I just wanted to also highlight that, you know, we have in climate adaptation several opportunities to innovate and to bring in to develop and use technologies that will address that will reduce the vulnerability of our society. First, at the level of sensitivity, I mean, exposure, first exposure. As we saw, I mean, at the previous, you know, climate models allow us actually to design or to design or predict different scenarios in terms of climate change in the future, relating, of course, to the concentration of greenhouse gas emissions. So yes, technology in terms of defining the exposure is really important. But we can also use climate innovation to reduce our sensitivity to the exposure of climate change. And that will actually determine the potential impact of climate change. And then we can also increase our adaptive capacity to respond to an adverse climate event. And this will actually also impact our vulnerability. So I'm not sure whether you're already familiar with this, but I thought it was really, really important, because sometimes people just are confused about these different notion and concept, and just think that exposure is equal to vulnerability, which is not the case. And all the work of climate adaptation and developing technology to address climate adaptation are actually to deconstruct the vulnerability of societies, and to see how to decrease the sensitivity, first, how to have better knowledge about the exposure to climate change, but also to reduce the sensitivity and to increase the adaptive capacity. And so I want to say that in this field, climate innovation is limitless, because as you're well aware, climate change is a global issue, but has very local impact. And so, for instance, in France, the impact of climate change is not the same in Paris or in the south of France. And so each solution, each region, each cities will have to develop its own solution. There is no one fit for all solutions in terms of climate adaptation. It has to really be developed locally. And that's actually is a big challenge, but it's also a very big opportunity for innovators. And I want also to, I just like, for instance, to give a quick example of, addressing climate change, the impact of climate change on agriculture that is using technology. Actually, the treatment of images with aerobotics, which actually monitors with satellite images, the impact of climate on agriculture. And that is a solution that is available in Africa. I also, I would like just to quickly, I apologize, but I have to connect my computer to an adapter. So may I quickly stop this presentation and I will connect my computer to an adapter. I'm sorry, I need to stop very shortly. For a very short moment. So just one moment, bear with me, thank you.
Hello, everyone. While we're waiting for the facilitator to join us back, please note that the attendance will be shared towards the end of the session. And so I'll just encourage everyone to follow the session and everything will go fine. All right, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. Okay, so I will have to, okay. Okay, so I wanted to highlight also in this quick presentation a very interesting report that was actually released at the COP27 by Climate Kick that is showing the state of climate tech innovators in Africa. I'm not sure whether you're already familiar with it, but it's, you know, I'm giving you this as a reference, and I think that you will be able to deep dive in it and to really, because it has a lot of really useful information on the state of climate tech right now in Africa, really, and mainly it covers the fields of shows that climate tech right now is already developed in the field of renewable energy, clean alternatives, agriculture and tech, smart living, waste management, and water and sanitation. One important message from this report is that actually right now most of the funding goes to startups in Africa working on renewable energy. And I think one of also of the message was that there was a need to diversify the capital venture funding to other types of climate innovation. Okay, so this, the purpose of this presentation was more to give you a real overview of different technologies available in the field of mitigation and adaptation, and also climate modeling, but with the hope that you will have some time to actually deep dive in these reports and be able to learn more about the different technologies. In the second part of this presentation, I would like to actually emphasize that focusing on cities is essential in the future. And so applying all these innovations to a dense urban environment will actually be a key whether we succeed in in building a sustainable future. Why? It's because the world population is growing, expected to be 9.8 billion in 2050, 9.7 billion in 2050, and 2/3 of the population will live in cities. And if, because cities produce most of the GDP, and this is why we have this really important trend of urbanization that will not slow down in the future. Cities occupy now 2% of the land, terrestrial land, but consume 60% of the energy globally. And so, cities represent a real a concentrate of the society interaction and will face increased pressure in the future, especially due to climate change. And for innovators, this represents opportunities. Of course, it represents huge risk, and there is a clear urgency to address this topic of sustainable and cities, and we will see that technology can help, but it's certainly also a great opportunity for climate innovators. Yeah, just to show you quickly the fact that we have the trends in urbanization. You see that in Lagos will actually count among the top 10 cities in 2035, according to a study published by Oxford University. But also we will have a lot of cities that are located in Asia, and particularly also in South Asia, in regions that are very vulnerable to climate change. So if you actually look at the last IPCC report on adaptation and vulnerability, published last year in 2022, and the largest world top 10 cities, you can very quickly understand that we have major issues there, meaning that addressing the vulnerability of these top 10 cities is an absolute emergency. Because of density of population, they are, and I'm sorry, just 1 second. Because of the density of population, these solving out the reduction of carbon emissions and also the impact of climate change will require technology. And so we here, this is why, smart sustainable cities are seen as important part of the solution. And the UN system has actually really, I'm sorry, I will take, if you don't mind, I will take questions at the end of the presentation. And smart and sustainability is an innovative city that use ICT to improve the quality of life, but also to address the social and environmental and economic issues of this city. Well, actually, this definition was released in 2015 by the UN system, but we can also refer to this more recent definition that was given by ISO. Smart and sustainability city is a city that increases the pace as which it provides social, economic, and environmental sustainability outcomes and responds to challenges such as climate change, rapid population growth, political and economic instability, but improving how it engages society, applies collaborative leadership methods, works across disciplines and city systems using data information and modern technologies. These ISO norms, you see really address the different aspects of city management, urban city management, and you see that it covers economy, education, energy, environment, governance, and for each topic, it actually comes with different indicators. What is interesting is that actually ISO and the World Council of City Data have made a partnership to match the standards released by ISO with Sustainable Development Goals. And so some cities have started to use this framework to report on actions and monitor progress on the different sectors that I was mentioning before. So for instance, affordable and clean energy, that is of course relying on the renewable energy that is one important part of this report and can be actually monitored city by city. I mean, of course, the city have to be part of this World Council on City Data, but it's an interesting source of information and also somehow define a roadmap on how cities should implement their sustainable energy transition. Okay, I wanted to, well, quickly, and this example does not relate to Africa, but, cities in Europe are really using technology to reduce, to manage energy efficiency. And for instance, here in Copenhagen, they developed a real-time consumption to monitor energy consumption and plan for energy efficiency. And here I wanted also to mention another use of data analysis that helps plan New York City adaptation to sea level rise, and they have sensors that monitor the sea level, and then it allows the city to plan and predict sea level rise more efficiently. So, successful management of urban growth will actually will use in ICT technologies, IoT, data analytics, and will allow mayors and city planners to make a better use of resources in stressed and urban environment, and also to predict climate impact and to take the adaptive measures more efficiently. I wanted to highlight, though, that of course technology is not enough to address the climate crisis. There is it's certainly an important component, but we shouldn't forget that technology takes place within natural ecosystems, and that the preservation of this natural ecosystem is absolutely essential. And so, when we look at climate action, it relates not only to technology, but to governance, finance, knowledge, and also looking at the interactions between society, natural ecosystems, to determine future climate change that will actually be manageable by our society. You're certainly familiar with this diagram that is was produced by the last IPCC report. I wanted to also conclude with going back actually to the previous presentation on innovation and design thinking, emphasizing the need that innovation is certainly at the crossroads of, is responding to a need with a new technology, but has to actually really take into consideration the users, and so meaning the people, and within our natural ecosystem. And that if we don't do this, actually we might actually fail at using and implementing this climate innovation efficiently. Because as we know, people resist change. They actually need to be engaged in an attractive way, see really the impact of the innovation in their daily lives, how it improves their livelihoods. Otherwise, they will resist change and all the new innovation that we might introduce to address climate change. And this, I think, I'm climate psychologist, explain part of the slow dissemination of innovation, climate innovation, today, despite the urgency of the situation, partly to the lack of financing, but also partly to this human factor, how human beings resist change, and how we need to overcome this resistance to change. We need to, that is partly also due to the complexity of the problem, due to the anxiety raised by climate change. All this is detrimental to engaging people in change. And that's something that you as climate innovators will really, really, really have to pay attention. On the other side, the good news is that the human factor can be a very efficient driver of the dissemination of innovation, because we are social beings, and that because we usually grow up by imitating others. The dissemination of innovation can be actually just a social phenomenon, meaning that there is a kind of phenomenon of natural dissemination of an innovation if a certain number of people adopt this innovation. And that has been proved, for instance, in the case of the installation of solar panels. If you have a certain number of people in one neighborhood who install solar panels on their roof, then the neighbors, and there will be a natural dissemination in the neighborhood of these solar panels. And that's actually something that at least myself makes me hopeful for the future, because if we manage to create a large number of people adopting low carbon lifestyle, low carbon innovations in the field of mobility, energy, food, and so on, then the rest will follow. And there will be this kind of natural dissemination of innovation that will help us transition to net zero and net zero society. So that's something that I wanted to emphasize. And I think my last slide is about the Sustainable Development Goals, because also we are well aware that climate action is interfering with, has impacts on all the other goals, that we need to take a systemic approach at innovation, looking at the positive and negative impacts on the other goals, looking at building synergies also with the other goals. And this is actually even more important because usually people relate more to, food or water or the biodiversity than on climate change, meaning that they can realize more what it means in their day-to-day life than climate. So there has been also, a lot of studies that are showing that we really need to emphasize the co-benefits of climate actions. And we can do this using the SDGs. This is actually, a way to engage people in climate change. I will stop here. This was, a very brief overview of this topic, and I'd like to open the floor to questions.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for the time. Actually, this group of innovators have gone through the theory, just as you rightly predicted during your session, and now they're coming up with ideas, they're coming up with innovations. So I'm very sure that the examples you have shared with us today will go a long way in helping them to understand. And there's something you said climate innovation is limitless. I mean, there is no end to it. And because of the peculiarity of problems, the uniqueness of problems in various communities, I see that our actors today are going to have a very wonderful time innovating, coming up with solutions that can benefit their community and the globe at large. So at this point, if you have any questions and if you want to raise your hand, you can raise your hand. And if you want to drop your question in the chat, please go ahead and drop your questions in the chat. You may just indicate and you would be allowed to speak.
Okay.
For now, we do not have any questions yet.
Okay, because I see all the discussion was about attendance and participation. So that was
Yes,
is different.
we have the participants are supposed to fill an evaluation form. So that's what we're trying to get out. And then we had some people who had to go for prayers, and they would be getting the resources. They left just a few minutes ago to get the resources up to now. Meanwhile, we have a hand raised, two hands actually. We have Latifa, sorry, Nafisat. Please ask your question.
We can
yes,
hear
we can hear you, but we would like you to please speak up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doctor. I can see you've done so much. I can see that your discussion is more focused in and technology. You understand? And what happened to the rural community? Like, I'm seeing the discussion is as if they are part of the capture of your content, like something like that. So I just want to know, maybe there is something more for the rural community.
I'm sorry, I haven't. I was not able to hear your question. Can you please rephrase it? I mean,
or if you're in a place where you cannot speak out, please drop the question in the chat so that we can pick it up from there, because we could hardly hear anything you said.
I think my network is poor, so I'll just type.
Okay, please just drop it in the chat. We'll pick it up from there. Thank you. Can we have Aziani, please? Aziani, please, you may ask your question.
Okay. Thank you. I think the first letter we have today. The question I want to ask, as we are working towards how we can mitigate the climate change and build the climate resilience and adaptation, I want to ask our first letter, what are the environmental friendly practices that we, the climate actors, we base on that we can work to combat the climate-related issues within our grassroots, our local communities? Thank you.
Okay, so that's I agree that it has been my presentation has really been general to show you also the state of the technology, that is used worldwide, and that it's it has been maybe not tailored to the particular case of Nigeria. However, I wanted to give you this highlight because right now there is a big push of international organization to make these technologies available at the local level and to get some financing for yes, to make this more easy to use, and that's and to deploy these technologies in Africa especially. So I would like to encourage you to look at the Climate Kick report that I told you, that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. And that is actually giving several examples. I mean, actually a lot of the examples. It gives you a comprehensive picture of technologies that are used in various countries in Africa and particularly in Nigeria. So that will help you to see what is available today. But it's okay. I still wanted to give you, for instance, to talk to you about there's a tool that Google is developing on to predict the impact of climate change more accurately, because to me, this is something that they will have to make available to the rest of the world. And that is a great tool. That's a great tool. Already, I think when you have an internet connection, you have some access to tools that are open source, and that maybe with your knowledge, you will find some application on how to apply this technology in the field. It's very, very, your question, thank you for your question, because it's a very important question. In each community will have to work together to address the impact of climate change, and have a look at what other technologies that are available, and how to make the better use of it. So it's a field in which you can be a great facilitator, because you can bring to your community the awareness and the knowledge of what is available. For instance, not many people, even in France, are available of this tool that Google has developed, because they just don't know. But here in France, for instance, it would be very useful to know whether, when you have a huge storm with a lot of rainfall, whether it will be, it will have an impact here in the city where I'm located, or 30 kilometers far in the mountains, because the impact and the consequences will not be the same. So as innovators, you can, I would encourage you to keep abreast of all the technologies that are available, and to have an idea of how you could also use them in your community. And through the internet, now you have a lot of open source technologies that are available. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, we have another question. A hand was raised earlier. Nadia, would you still want to ask a question, please? Isiani?
Yes, the question that I asked, he just answered the question, and he was trying to let me know if he has answered the question. So
Okay.
you will move. So I want to thank her for the answer you have given to us, and knowing that we in Africa, mostly Nigerian youth, were eager to learn most technology, because I found out that in the technology innovation hub, Nigeria is not among, and we are still a developing country, and other countries that are more technologies are there. And we still believe that as a climate actors, we still want to, find a way that we can able to join those professional experts in climate-related issues, so that we can bring it back to our society, our community here. And we believe that based on what she said, that we look out from some applications that we can apply. And we believe that this will help Nigerian youth, mostly we that are climate actors, that in bringing some ideas on how we can able to, combat the climate change around our environment. So I want to thank her for that insight. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. There was a question on the
yes.
On the chat
on the chat.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the nice presentation. Like, I really enjoyed it. My question is, I'm working on SDG 5. So I don't know the type of program I would actually carry out in the community in line with the SDG.
Okay, that's so it's how can this technologies, this climate innovation aligns with interfere with SDG 5? That's gender equality. Is that's your question? Is that your question? Yes. Because of course, in terms of gender equality, we know that women are usually more vulnerable to the impact of climate change, because the vulnerability to climate change is usually function of the level of revenue. And so when women have less revenue, women are usually, have less revenue than men. And so they are actually generally considered as more vulnerable to the impact of climate change than men. There is a gender bias here. And so addressing climate adaptation is really, really important and will have an impact, a co-benefit for gender, for number 5. So that's one part of the answer. Another answer would be actually to encourage the education of women on digital tools, because now, even if, as the previous participants was highlighting that Africa does not necessarily have access to all this, new technologies, there is a lot that is available on the internet that could be accessed through smartphones. But it's very, very important that women have access to smartphones, knows how to use it, what it means, and so are trained to actually use these apps. And I'm just taking, for instance, an example of a system of early warning that was used in India. And where you would have some alert on, for instance, flood risk that would be disseminated through text messages on smartphones. It's great if you have a smartphone and if you know how to read the message. So, small examples like this can actually make a huge difference, because we know that during extreme climate events, usually information is key. Who has the information about what to do? When you have floods, heavy rain, or even if you have extreme heat, it's the same. There are some, behavior is key in climate adaptation to reduce the impact of these extreme climate events. And how do you get information? Some countries, and in my city it's the case, have developed this very simple early warning alert message that, you will receive a message saying, a risk of heavy rain, stay home. Same, risk of, extreme heat, stay home, don't go out, don't do sports, don't, do outside activities. Actually, this very simple message have a significant impact because people are informed and are able to take the right decisions. So, this is something how to make sure that women have access to these tools will make a difference. And also about women are also actors in the field of climate mitigation. And when we talk about, for instance, efficient cook stove, it's usually the woman who will use this more efficient cook stove. And the use of cook stove will have a positive impact on carbon emissions, but also on the health of people in the home, and also on biodiversity, because they will need less wood for cooking. So educating women on this, to adopt this more efficient cook stove has a positive impact on gender, and is linked also to, will also have a positive impact on the health of women, and women should become actors also of all this climate action.
Wow, that was an elaborate answer. Thank you. Nadia, are you okay with the answer? You can just drop a comment in the chat, Nadia. All right, we have another question from James. James says, from the projected increase in population in most developing cities by 2050, what are the major factors for this increase in the population? And how do you see the fight against climate change come 2050?
Okay, actually, thank you very much, James, for this question, because you probably, I don't know if you know, and I will put it in the chat. There was a very interesting initiative which is called Drawdown. So drawdown.org, and you can check it on the internet. That was actually brought together large group of scientists and researchers to determine what were the most important solutions to reach the 1.5 degrees target set by the Paris Agreement. So, the Drawdown project was about putting this, highlighting these solutions, measuring their potential in terms of carbon emissions reduction and what they would cost. And one of the top 10 solutions is actually women's education. Women education, because also it's proved that the more women are educated, the less children they have. So, it's the level of development, and the number of children per woman is correlated. And so these, researchers put women's education in the top list of solutions to address climate change through actually, a limitation of the population growth. So I hope I have answered part of the question, and which was about population growth. Well, I mean, clearly, there will be there is an issue of the decreasing the carbon emissions per inhabitants in developed countries. You are well aware that the carbon footprint of a person in Nigeria is not the same as a person in the US or in Europe. And so that's why, for instance, I mean, it's very, very important that developed countries really curb their carbon emissions, because new increase of population in Europe, which is not the case. In France, I think the population growth rate is 2%, but certainly it has a bigger impact than in other parts of the world where the population, I mean, the carbon emissions per inhabitant is lower. So I have a question in the chat about funding opportunities platform, training platform to continue enhancing capacity in addressing climate change. Well, right now, there are a lot of programs that are available on the internet. One of them is being UNCC Learn. That's free platform, which is facilitated and monitored by the UN system. So it means that the different UN agency actually bring some content in this platform. It's free, and so you have actually to you can register and you will actually get a certificate in this training platform. Another one I would recommend is the World Bank platform. The World Bank platform has also a component on education. The World Bank also published some profiles on the climate change for all the countries in the world. They are not all the time updated. I mean, they are in the process of updating this profile with the latest IPCC reports, but actually they are a useful source of information. And you have a lot of MOOCs that are available on different platforms, such as there are the Coursera. You have also the other one, which was edX. And Coursera and edX are providing free MOOCs from the best universities around the world. And they are actually interesting to also get trained on digital technologies, including AI. That's I would recommend these MOOCs because they are really top knowledge that is available for free. And then a last platform that I could also because I is open knowledge. At MIT has also an open knowledge for scientists platform that is interesting. And then I think you have a SDG knowledge platform that has been also released by the UN system. If you have a look at it, yeah, I think that's so, you know, plenty of knowledge is available on the web, but it's true that Coursera or edX will provide you access to knowledge on the latest technologies, and that's interesting.
Thank you so much. I'm sure the questions have been answered, and you have provided, I mean, a handful of platforms that we can all explore. So at this point, would not be able to take any further questions. Also want to say a big thank you for coming on board and sharing from your wealth of experience and knowledge. Also would want you to, if you do not mind, share your maybe LinkedIn handle where participants can reach out to you, or your email if they have further questions. Yes, because they're going on the innovation process now, and I'm sure they'll have tons of questions they may want to share with you as they go on. So everyone, you could just we'll share the details and also share resources that she'll be sharing with us after now with everyone. So I want to say thank you so much for coming on board today. We had a good time learning from you.
Thank you very much. Well, I wish you a lot of success in your projects because they're important for your community and for, you know, all your country and the global community also. So thank you very much, actually, and wish you a lot of success.
Thank you so much. All right, so at this point, we are done with the sessions for today. And we'll just be moving on to the very last thing before we close for today. And that will be handled by Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, please, you may, just before Emmanuel takes over, please reminded that tomorrow's session, the bootcamp continues tomorrow. And it will be commencing at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please do well to join in on time so that we can keep to time, and everyone will be able to, plan the schedule accordingly. So at this point, please, Emmanuel, take over and help us with the next activity.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I believe it's been an enlightenment, a great enlightenment and wonderful session for each and every one of us. Thank you, Dr. Miriam, for joining, and to all our facilitators that have joined to this session. We sincerely appreciate you all. And let me say congratulations to each and every actors that are on this call. You've found yourself worthy due to your great work and your resilience. Yeah, it's so good to have you. I would just like to share some brief information, like in line to the Innovation Bootcamp, and most especially someone that is still asking a question regarding attendance. Please, the attendance has been shared. We are more concerned about the evaluation as well. Do your candid advice and also information. It's very well welcome. So I'm going to be sharing, I'll share my screen for us to see the groups which we belong to. We have 10 thematic focus for this Innovation Bootcamp, and basically your innovation should center around this 10 focus. And looking at it, this ranges from the climate adaptation and mitigation, forest biodiversity conservation, blue economy, green economy, circular economy. Just like the facilitator earlier mentioned when she talked about renewable energy, the truth is when you look at this aspect of climate and environment, what sells most now, what you see the grants for most now is renewable energy and green energy. Let me just say green energy solutions. So as innovator, it's very important for you to start think about what exactly you want to do. And starting from the very first session, which we are today, the project management, each of these modules are purposely for us for this boot camp. In fact, the SDG advocate that participated, they were just lucky to participate in this boot camp. The boot camp is purposely for the climate actors. So the recordings are on YouTube, and you're also going to have a back end for you to get your resources, the learning resources. However, I said I was going to share my screen for each and every one of us to see the group which we all belong to. Let me see if I can do that in a minute. And if you have a question, you can also use the comment section to ask your question, as it's very important for us to attend to each and every questions of every participant of this call. And this bootcamp is going to, I believe, by tomorrow, we are also going to be hearing from some of the previous actors and let me say previous champions, how their solutions has helped them to go global. Go global. Many of them have traveled across to different continents, and just little solutions which they launched in the previous quarters. These are really helped them, and they've been able to get access to a lot of opportunities. Okay, I will be sharing my screen for each and every one of us to see the group which we belong to. Okay, sorry. For this, just in a minute, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I believe you can all see my screen, and it's very important for us to check this. Definitely, we are going to have this. We are going to have this document alongside your email. However, we are not creating any special group for those who are on this phase. I know some might be asking that is there going to be a separate WhatsApp? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but the font is very tiny. So is there a way you can increase it so they'll get an idea of what the screen is about, what the document is about?
Okay.
You may have to do it you may have to do it in bits, share it in bits.
Don't worry, that's fine. We all get the document. We all have access to the documents immediately after we are done with this bootcamp. And you know which group particular which you belong to. And let me see if I can just increase the font size for us to be able to see. So for those who are I believe you can see your name. I'm still going to scroll down or to the right and left. For those who are in team 1 to that's teams 1 to 4, you should be able to see your name clearly now. And the very first team is working on climate mitigation and adaptation strategy. The second team focused on blue economy, oceans and sea. The third team is focusing on climate smart agriculture, while the fourth team is focusing on forest biodiversity and ecosystem restoration, while the fifth team is focusing on circular economy and sustainable production and consumption. Why this? Sorry, that is the sixth. The last one I mentioned is the fifth team. The sixth team is focusing on renewable energy and green energy solutions. You can see your names there. Then the seventh team is pollution and waste management. The eighth team is environmental and public health. And the ninth team is buildings and construction, and the last team is on sustainable water management. So we are also going to share this, and you're going to share your names to the to the platform on this Zoom as you speak, because each and every information are not going to be shared. Like I was saying earlier, we are not creating any special WhatsApp group. However, for the purpose of this innovation process, you can have your own dedicated group. And what each group are to do is you are starting from using the design thinking process. As a team, maybe on blue economy, what exactly are we looking at? Which idea are we trying to define? And what solution are we trying to, or which problems are we been able to be able to observe in our community? And are we trying to ideate which solution particularly are we thinking of launching? And this is what you are also going to use as a test all through the solution, the innovation period. And tomorrow's masterclass is more of bootcamp is more of workshops, because the facilitators that are going to be engaging us tomorrow, you are going to go to your breakout teams. You go to your teams, then there are things which you have to do together as a team. I know there is a session on business Canva and business models. There's another one on pitch, on pitching and grant application and the like. So these are things that are also going to help you to upskill and get more access to funding and opportunities. Because before you can get good grants, you need to have a very good innovation, and I mean a sustainable and scalable innovation that if any investor hears, they can do everything and say they want to commit their investment into it, they want to commit their funds into it. However, as a team, you are working on each of these focus. Then after the innovation process, you can now decide to choose any of the focus which you want to build on. Maybe your team previously was on blue economy, and this time around you want to focus more on green economy, or you want to focus more on forest biodiversity and ecosystem restoration. That's the angle which your idea, your innovation is coming from. So these are things you have to work on, and definitely we are going to have more information on that tomorrow. However, we are going to start, before we go today, this call is meant to end at exactly 2 p.m. Before we start, before we end today's call, we are going to be having the breakout session. Each and every one of you should just get to meet each other and also get to engage with each other. You can take responsibility, whoever that wants to take, maybe you want to create a WhatsApp group for further communication, it's good you do that. And gradually, I know we are moving close to the very final lap of the project, which is the innovation and the launching phase. Okay, I don't know if there are questions right now that you might want me to attend to. I don't know if there are questions you might want me to attend to as we speak. Okay, someone is raising.
Before the questions come in, I think a couple of people already dropped opinions in the group. You may need to maybe explain what the grouping is meant to achieve again. So before we go to the questions.
Okay, let me read their question first. Okay. Okay, someone said if we see another team we have keen interest. No, you can't switch. You can't switch. The purpose is just focus on that group, like I mentioned. However, when you want to start your innovation process, you can decide to focus on your own major aspiration. But for the sake of this innovation process, it's important you focus and you stay on the team which you are being built on. And let me just see if I can quickly share that with us here. So you can easily find your name for each team. Then, and definitely there are some people, I know there is nobody on this call that his or her name is not on the team which we have listed here. There's nobody on this call. that username is not on the team that will be listed here. So just check where your name falls and you know the team which you belong. And during the breakout session, you can get to connect with each other and share each other's contact details. So I think I've shared for group team 1 to 5. Okay, we are from team 1 to 5, and I'm into 10 on the comment section already. And basically what you are doing this afternoon, I can see Azan up. Azan, we are going to respond to you. What you are doing first this afternoon is to get to meet each other. And as part of the process, you have to use the design thinking process. That's the 5 stages: empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. You can stop at maybe test now. You might not get to the level of prototype, but it's very important you empathize, then you also design a solution in line to the focus of your group. Design a solution in line to the focus of your group. Then by tomorrow, the facilitator that will be handling the business Canva model, the business model and business Canva, is going to lead you on how to initiate and how to have a sustainable business model. And it's this same project which you have, or some are saying their name is now, how come? It's this same project which you have all decided on, which you have all ideated on, you are also going to build on. And after you've done that, after the whole innovation process, you are going to apply the same process to your personal business. I mean, your personal innovation. We know that there are some people that maybe you already have an innovation, but you've not really scaled up. You are just thinking about it, or you have different innovations. You're thinking that which one should I go for? Or there are some people that do not even have at all. Some have just heard about climate change for the very first time, while some have also heard about climate change, but they've not really done a lot of things about it. So it's very important to use this medium to get to start working on it. Please check very well for your name and check the document is going to be shared. However, another thing which I can do is to share a link which you definitely have easy access to view the document. So I'll also share that with each and everyone. Then some people are still going to join these groups. So let me say that you can always check the link again over and over to see your new team member that just joined the group. So, but hopefully before the end of today, we are going to sort that out. Yes, some people are still going to join each of the groups. So let's take note of that as well. Just in a minute, let me share the link whereby you can have access to the documents directly on, So I'm going to open, I don't know, let me just open it up to each and everyone if you have any question, and we can quickly respond to it. Azan, you can unmute your mic and ask your question.
I think, thank you very much for this wonderful section, because I really learned a lot from the, from the first speaker up to the last speaker. And I believe if we want to make this thing so easier, I believe this thing should be shared inside the WhatsApp group so that the group members can identify themselves, because it will be very easier for them to to join hands together towards a topic of given to them by the organizer, for them to have supportive hands when they share something inside the group. I believe this thing will be more easier. Thank you.
So to make that more easier and more prompts because it's very important each and everyone has a very quick access. And we already said we are going to have backend to everything. There is a link that has been shared. That link, you can copy that link and it will always take you to these groupings. However, you are meant to also have a breakout session as at this current time which I'm speaking. So once you have the breakout session, you can get to appear. Please, if you people should do something for those there. So is there anybody here on this team that your name do not appear? Just raise your hand. It's far better than you writing statements.
And you're actually supposed to be a CAP participant and not an SDG advocate.
Hello, peace. Which state are you from? So you can unmute your mic and the person that wants to speak, you can unmute your mic and speak. Okay, Peculiar, can we hear from you? Peculiar.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. I'm from Ekiti State, sir.
Yuan?
From Ekiti State, sir. Ekiti State.
Are you? Which group are you? Which team are you currently?
Sir? I'm part of the SDG Advocate platform, sir.
Oh my God. Okay.
Please, you are not supposed to be on this call. The only person from Ekiti State on this call should be Oluwafemi. So you can kindly just exit now. Just leave the call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Please, any other SDG advocate on the call should kindly leave the call. Only CAP participants are supposed to be here.
There is nobody that your name is none. As far as you receive the email for CAP Innovation Bootcamp, your name is on that list. So we are opening the breakout rooms for you now to connect to the session which you belong to. And that is going to span for maybe a few minutes, then each and everyone can get to move to the next activity for the day. Just a minute, I'm going.
Someone has a question.
Okay, the person can speak on. Please, if you have a question, you can unmute your mic and speak on.
Oluwatobi.
Hello, sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Please, some other members were not around due to they went for prayers. I don't know, maybe if there is any other alternative for them, so that they can join the group.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that observation. And all right, can we have Oluwatobi? Oluwatobi, you can ask your question.
Yes, I have a question. So this schedule for today is supposed to end by 2, according to the mail that was sent. I want to understand what the product of the breakout room is supposed to be and if it will automatically end by 2 because we have 10 minutes left.
So get to the breakout room first, and I believe other people that are already on the call get the information. You can get to the program managers to be joining your breakout room to share more information with you. So get to your breakout room first. You see room 1 to room 10, then you can get to discuss with each other. So you will see at your top left button and on your phone or your laptop device. Then once you click that, you see breakout room on it. Then,
good afternoon, sir. Hello, Mr. Manuel. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Please, Mr. Manuel, I'm supposed Amaka Peace. I went through the list. I didn't see my name on it.
Climate act.
Hello.
Are you part of were you certified for this third phase? Were you selected for this third phase?
Yes, I got an email for that. Yeah.
You just definitely your name is it's very important to that you can join the team which you belong to. However, it's basically for you to get to connect today, and by tomorrow, the more tasks is going to be given by the facilitator of each sessions. So those of us that are still on this general call, check for the team you belong. You already know the group you belong and join it. Nobody's on group 9 yet, nobody's on group 10 yet. We only have one person on group 7 and 8. Then we already have 5 people in group 1. So those of us that are still on this general call, that are still on the main room, you are not meant to be here. Ojo Ololade, you are not meant to be on the main room. Check for your name and check for where exactly you belong to and join your team. Foluke Victoria, Onyechi Simon, you are not meant to be on this main call. Odinaka from Plateau State, check for the team which you belong to. The breakout session, you see a tab at the top left corner. That should be the top left corner of your device. You see breakout rooms there. Click that button. It's going to give you 10 rooms. So each room is allocated for your team. Room 1 is allocated for team 1. Please use the comment section to drop your question to avoid noise. Use the comment section to drop your question. I'm not interested. You can't change your group. It's an instruction. You can't change your group. So if the fact that you are interested in biodiversity and forest conservation doesn't mean when you are doing your personal ideation, you can work with that. But for now, work with the specific group which you are being allocated to. It's very important. Okay, there should be, you two should try as much as possible to be flexible and learn new things as well in the process. Which state are you from, please? Which state are you from? I think we can sort that. Let me check from my end. Anambra State. Our Anambra team, what's happening? Please let me just confirm something and see what exactly is. Fatima, which you said you are from Kaduna. Fatima, so those of us that are sending our names, I'm also trying to confirm your name. If Fatima, I can't see your name on the list of those who were selected for this squad. I mean, this phase 3. I don't know if that's right and why that is. So, but it's very important. Let me also confirm again. Fatima, I can't see your name. Okay, Fatima, can you unmute your mic and speak? Let's Let's hear you. We need to be very sure that we're on the same page. Then those of you that are still on the main group, check your names. Your names have been posted earlier. And I can see a lot of people on this general group, which is not supposed to be. Jabrin. Okay, Fatima, please raise your hand so that they can give you access to unmute your mic. Fatima, you can raise your hand. We have a lot of names here. Okay, Fatima, you can unmute your mic now.
Okay, hi.
Fatima, good afternoon. Are you part of the climate actors?
Climate actors, no.
Fatima, please, you are not meant to be on this call. Thank you very much. You can click the exit button. You are not meant to be on this program. So you just attended part of their their training earlier in the morning. We've been done with the SDG Advocate program. Thank you. So who else is Jabrin? Jabrin, you can unmute your mic.
Yes, sir. Okay. Sorry. I lost my network earlier.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Jabrin? Okay, can we have peace? Please, you can unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please, good afternoon, this afternoon. Yeah.
I can't see my name there. I've checked all of you. I didn't see my name.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, sir.
You are from which?
Anambra State, sir. Hello, sir.
What is your full name? What is your?
I didn't hear you, sir. Oh God, network is so bad. Okay, my name is Dejide P. Soleobi. I'm from Anambra State, but I didn't see my name. They have checked my name. Anambra State. I've checked my name, but my name didn't appear there. Okay. And I'm also a climate actor.
Were you selected for the phase 3?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was selected. Yeah, they sent me an email.
Please, let me check for you again and see the list that was shared earlier. Your name should
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Please, you can join the team 3 and work with the team 3.
Which group, sir?
Climate Smart Agriculture.
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right. Who else is on the call that his or her name is not on the team yet? Okay, Kikuma, I just have to see again. Please, should in case your name is omitted. So someone said they saw my name on that group 6. So they already saw your name on that group. Please join the group 6, please. Uebuka. Yeah, Ms. Priscilla, can you confirm Chukwebuka's name? I know that there are some people that their name is on the list. It's just
from what state, please?
Anambra. So there are some
people.
Of us that are still on the.
What's the full name?
Chukwebuka. Those of us that are still on the main call, why are we still on this main call? I can see Ahmad, Yusuf, Chukwuzo Maka, Stephen Olumide. Ibukwa Ajayi. Ibukwa Ajayi, why are you still on this call? You should be with your team now.
Chukwebuka Ibedzim from Anambra State is supposed to be part of this call. So that must have been an omission, maybe.
So you can just join the breakout, please, you can join the breakout rooms and give them some orientation should in case they need guide, while I also attend to all other people that are on the main room. So Simon, you can unmute your mic. Let me attend to you as well.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Emmanuel?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Onyechi Simon from Anambra. I got an email yesterday night that about the moving to stage 3. So I can even screenshot and send if it's possible.
So, but your name is on grouping, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, please, you can just hold on a bit. I'm coming.
Okay.
Your full name is what, please?
Onyechi Simon Obina.
Onyechi Simon Obina. Okay, you can join group 7, please.
Okay, group 7.
Yes, group 7.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if there is any other person that is having an issue with his or her name. Please kindly speak now so that it can be attended to. Okay, Merit, I can still see your hand up. I've attended to some. Those of us that are on the main call, I believe, why are we still on the main call?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, Madam Merit, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's already past 2. We should be ending this call soon. What exactly is?
I cannot see my name on the subgroups that was sent just now, but I got the invitation to join. I'm from Anambra State.
Okay, you can't find your name on the subgroup that was sent just now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is not on the list.
I'm also checking for your name. And okay. If your mom marries, should group 3.
Okay, I should join group 3, sir.
Yes. If your mom marries, 3.
Okay, I should join group 3, sir.
Group 3. Group 3.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
However, the task which we are to carry out is basically it's going to hold tomorrow, and this we are to do as a group and not individually. So the group is going to function more tomorrow, and today is just for us to get to know each other and get connected with each other. So I believe all If there is anybody that his or her name is yet missing and you are still on this call, please, I'll prefer you just use the comment section to do that. Okay, I can see Chuku. Chuku, please. Please, which state are you from, Chuku, please? Onyenye, which state are you from? Anambra State. Okay. Welcome back, Khadija. Welcome back. So you can check, please check this link and you will see the names, check this link to confirm the specific group which you belong to, and you'll be able to know your group further. So I've also shared the link to the general platform so you can see the group which you belong to. I'm trying to confirm from Adamu, Borno State. But if there is still anybody that his or her name is not on this team, it's going to be fixed before tomorrow class. And we also receive this. We are also going to receive this alongside the email communication that was going to be sent to us later today. So you'll be able to know which team you specifically belong to. All right, Saliu, I want to confirm on the main sheet that was sent. I need to confirm. Saliu Abdullahi, your name is under team 4. Please, let's check this list very well before we say that our names are not there. Please. Fatima, you are not meant to be on this team. You are not in the Climate Actors program at all. Your program just had the opportunity to participate in some of their modules this morning, and your session has ended since 12 p.m. Follow up with your state representatives and your team to know the next line of action. So I might not really be able to confirm, but the program managers are going to confirm our name to ensure each and every one are well. Okay, sorry, Onyenye. Okay, I think I can say it's another Onyenye Miriam. I thought I saw Onyenye just now. The program manager are going to confirm that and ensure each and every one, nobody's name is being missing out of the list. So we might have to end the session. It's already 2:10 today, and definitely it's been a long day indeed. It's been a long day indeed. Okay, Yakubu, you said you have something to say. Please, you can unmute your mic.
Okay, good day, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sir, actually we are 5 in numbers, and the remaining, they have went to mosques for Jumat prayer. So they don't know about this grouping.
No, they are going to receive it via email. So they are going to receive it. Each and every selected participants for phase 3 are going to receive it via email. And ahead of tomorrow's bootcamp, we're also going to share more information on that. So
okay,
that will be an issue for our Muslim brethren. Yeah, it's very important.
Okay.
So,
and secondly, our state team leader, Kabir Abdullahi, I think he is experiencing network issue in the area, in his area.
Okay.
So I don't think if he are able to take attendance.
That's one issue. Since he has been able to join, and we hope that it's not going to, the network is going to be favorable tomorrow. Network is always and is something you can't predict, and it's something you just have to adapt to in Nigeria for a while it keeps getting better. So I think it's people that are from Anambra that I can see that they are having much complaints or much concerns. So this will be looked into and also attended to, and while we end today's call. So please, if there are other key information, but definitely the main information we are sharing with you ahead of tomorrow masterclass will be dropped in your email, not on the general platform at all. So please ensure you check your emails to know what exactly the next line of action is. Okay, I think we might have to close all the rooms now, and each and every one of us will be able to convert back to the main room. But I can still see, okay, Chioma, you can unmute your mic and ask your question.
Sir, please, I can't find my name on the list, but I got an invite.
From Anambra, don't worry. When they send the email, you'll be able to locate your name properly. So that will make it easier for you to locate your name. I think I already mentioned that.
Okay, yeah. Sir.
Mr. Abdullahi, you can unmute your mic. Abdullahi, you can unmute your mic and ask a question. Okay, all right. I think we should have everybody back on the team now, on the main group. So it's also good. It's so good to have each and everyone back on the team. And like I mentioned earlier, for those who were not here, by tomorrow, which before tomorrow, we are going to receive an email that details the link for tomorrow's bootcamp. And you're also going to receive this document. Most especially people that are from Anambra, that they're having maybe slight issue, that is going to be fixed before then, and you'll be able to know which group particularly you belong to. And if there are other information, I believe we also pass it, we share it via email, not through WhatsApp group per se. And please, it's very important for us to join the session as early as possible tomorrow. It's very, very important for us to join the session as early as possible tomorrow. And it's going to span for 4 hours. It's going to, the Muslim brethren, welcome back. It's fine. Like I said, prayer is important and prayer is key. So, but the sensitive informations are going to be shared via email. This meeting is being streamed on YouTube, so you can always go back to watch it over and over again. All right, it's been a great and wonderful session today. Thank you, and thanks to our moderator and facilitators today. We sincerely appreciate each and everyone, and we look forward to have you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Good night, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
So please, just before we go, just one more thing. You know, it's been a lot of things going on between yesterday and today. And I would want to say that as global citizens and leaders, it's an imperative for you to know how to communicate your issues. You know, when there are issues, communicate appropriately. You do not have to throw tantrums. You don't have to, you know, talk just for talking. Just communicate whatever complaints you have to the appropriate quarters, and it will be looked into. So for those who have said they do not have the groups now, that will be attended to. And if you have any other questions, rather than just, you know, these things have been communicated. You were told that this session is going to be from 9 to 2. So we only had a combined session with the SDGs earlier on. And after the SDGs advocates completed their own session, which was a combined session, that is to say that both the CAP and the SDGs were to take the classes together, and it was combined into one. So after that session, you had to continue with it. So please, if you have any complaints, channel it to the appropriate session. You do not really have to, you know, just talk anyhow, please. So at this point, I'm going to say bye. And if anyone has any further questions, please reach out to us in the chats, and we'll attend to them. All right, thank you all, and bye. Take care, everyone.